session. We are going to be able to take care of you only when you are on session. Sometimes if you are not on session, maybe you are supposed to be at home officially, and you come for medical attention, we will not do so unless it is a medical emergency. But under normal circumstances, we take care of students only when they are on session. And when you come for medical attention at our health services, you must be ready to provide identification documents so that we know you are a bona fide student. You are not just any other person who is just walking in to be treated. We take care of you. We have a health center at the university. We have arrangements with the Kenyatta National Hospital for referral for admission or any other public facility where you can be admitted in case of an emergency, or even private facilities in case there's an emergency around those facilities. We will be able to take care of you. But by default, we would like to take care of you at our health center at the Technical University of Kenya. Our health center opens weekdays 7:30 to 6 p.m. and on weekends and public holidays from 9 to 4 p.m. Note that. On Sundays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. At night and other odd hours, we have a standby doctor who can be reached within the main campus or within our hostels, and you can utilize them during those odd hours. The clinician at night can be reached through TUK security or any other member of staff. In case you are unwell somewhere, you call any other member of staff, they can reach the TUK health services or even your student leadership, because we normally provide our emergency number to student leadership so that you can call your class rep, for example, to get in touch with us in case of an emergency. And we have our emergency number, I think, which you should be very much aware of, because you can call us anytime, and it is 0735 860 and 611. So apart from timing, seeking medical attention, I've already indicated you come with identification documents, you follow procedures as you would be directed by us, and we urge you students to seek medical attention promptly. Don't start getting sick and then you think, let me see how this one will go. You start having malaria in the morning, then you are waiting for midnight to see how it will go. Just come for medical attention as soon as possible so that we avoid cases of emergencies at night, which might be very risky to your life. And you comply with the requirements of the university for full medical attention. So unwanted health-seeking behavior, which we have seen before and which I wanted you to avoid. 1, seeking medical attention late. Come early. Sharing drugs. Students are colleagues, they are comrades. So we give them drugs, they share with their colleagues who have similar symptoms. That is not expected of you. Faking severity of illness in order to get favors. You are supposed to do a cut, then you are faking illness so that you don't do that cut. Again, that's an unwanted behavior. It is very, very common, but don't do it, because again, even if we exempt you from doing that cut because of medical reasons, you will still be, you cannot graduate without doing that cut. So don't fake illness to get favor so that you don't do your academics well. Then impersonation, you give your ID to a fellow student to come for treatment with it, or you give your brother at home your ID to come with it because you look alike. That is fraud and we don't like it. Misuse of the facility and rudeness to the staff members is also not a very good thing, which I think you should desist from in case that behavior is there. Other aspects of service delivery, admissions are only permissible in public health facilities. We will be able to admit students, but mainly in public health facilities, including Kenyatta National Hospital or any other national referral hospital. Outpatient services is permissive at the TUK Health Center and any other authorized place by referral, unless it is an emergency situation whereby we might expect you to seek medical attention elsewhere. But generally, we expect you to use our health center. Parents and guardians are expected to supplement health services, so that if you are unwell, you are on session and you are at home, and your parent takes you to hospital, you don't expect a refund from the university, because we do this together with your guardians and parents. So it's the responsibility of both of us. If you are unwell in TUK, we will take care of you, because at that moment your parent or guardian is not there. But if you are unwell and you are at home, then we expect your parent or guardian to take care of you. No refund shall be given for any medical treatment. Sometimes you are sick at home and you get treated there, then you might be tempted to come with a receipt for refund. That one we don't refund. Health services, sick-off, and academics. Those who are medically unwell and cannot continue with the academics, that is their classes and their exams, must seek prior sick-off. We don't give sick-off in a post-dated manner. That means you fail to do your exam, then 2 months down the road, you come out for a sick-off to justify your failure to do that exam. That is not acceptable, because we will not understand whether it is true or you are just faking it. So if you are unwell and you are supposed to sit an exam, you come before that exam date, then we give you a sick-off so that you don't do the exam. But don't come later after you have messed, because now we will not differentiate who is saying the truth and who is cheating. All sick-off or any medical information from outside the TUK must be authenticated by us. If you get a sick-off not to sit an exam from your doctor elsewhere, you must come to our health services to authenticate that kind of sick-off, so that now we will rule out those people who get sick-offs from their cousins who are medical professionals out there, people who want to favor them. So it has to be authenticated internally by us, and that's now when it will be valid within our systems. That is just to rule out fraud in giving out sick-offs. Any letter to justify sickness will also not be post-dated. We are not going to give you a letter today for what you did 2 weeks ago. Maybe you failed to attend to your exams 2 weeks ago. That one I've said. All these things will be exempted unless in emergency situations. There are sometimes you could be probably in police custody, for example. You cannot be able to come for us to justify why you are not coming to the university. You could be in hospital. Then in that case, then if you come for the sick-off later, then we can understand, in an emergency situation only. Health services, sick-off, and academics, I've mentioned that. Ambulance services, this is also to notify you that we have ambulance services in TUK which will be able to take care of you students wherever you are. The ambulance will be used on deserving patients and not any other person, unless as would be authorized by health service provider. Sometimes we have students wanting to misuse the ambulance for when they have a very, very small cold, then they start calling for the ambulance to help them. That would not be deserving. But if you are seriously unwell, maybe after an accident, and you are not able to be mobile, then we can provide that ambulance for you wherever you are. Ambulance service will be available on a 24-hour basis on those who are in need of it. The exclusions from our medical service, there are some things which we don't take care of, and you need to be aware of them, students. We don't take care of maternity cases, so that if you are expectant, then we think that probably you are going to give birth to a child. We cannot take care of you and the child. We are just supposed to support you as a student, not your dependents as a student. We don't take care of dental services and optical services unless they arise from accidents. So then if you have dental caries or your teeth must be worked on, then we don't take care of that. If you need specs, we don't take care of that. Medical appliances, for example, you want crutches, you want a glucometer, you want a BP machine to help you at home, again, we don't take care of that. And last expense cover, unfortunately, if a student dies, last expense cover will be handled on a case-by-case basis, but generally we also don't take care of that. Vaccinations not provided for as part of academic requirements. Sometimes you might want to be vaccinated. Vaccination is preventive and you should be able to do it at home now. We are not going to be able to provide that unless, based on your course, for example, some of you people who are doing health-related courses, you are supposed to be given some types of vaccine for that course. That one we provide. But generally, we don't provide vaccinations. Health education and sensitization. Periodic health sensitization on HIV/AIDS, alcohol and drug abuse will be carried out, amongst others. We are going to be training students on first aid, counseling, or will be done. We are even going to pick a few students and develop them as peer counselors to be trained to help other students in need. Alcohol and drug abuse. TUK is a drug-free zone. You can switch it off. We don't allow any form of drugs to be taken in TUK. What is a drug? A drug is any chemical substance which, when taken, alters the body's function. So there are some drugs which are legal and some are illegal. I know some of us take Piriton when we want to go and sleep. That is misuse. So that's a legal drug, but we misuse it. But there are a number of drugs which are illegal. Drug abuse then is a chronic use of drugs for a reason other than which is it was intended. So if you are taking Piriton to sleep and not as anti-allergy drug, then that's actually misuse. So we would not want you to abuse drugs. There are a number of illegal drugs which we don't allow in TUK. We have alcohol, we don't allow that to be taken. We have tobacco, we have bang, we have miraa, and many others. Heroin, cocaine, ecstasy, we don't allow them. These drugs come in very many forms in our setup, and you must be aware of that. Heroin looks like sugar and it is white. So you might be in the canteen and somebody wants to give you some sugar from somewhere. Don't take it. Cocaine is very, very fine powder, a very dangerous drug of addiction, and it's also available. Of course, you know about alcohol, you know tobacco, and how it is administered. You know about shisha, bang, the names of bang, weed, grass, ganja, they are very common and available. These drugs will destroy your life if you get into them. Why? Because of addiction and dependence. When you get addicted to these drugs, so many things will happen to you and which are not going to be positive for your life. And then what are the reasons we have seen around why people abuse these drugs? Why students abuse these drugs? 40% of students who abuse drugs is because of curiosity. They see this drug around, then they want to test what is the impact. Please avoid that kind of curiosity. Peer pressure. You have another 40%. You have your friends who are taking these drugs, and then they are purporting that it is having the following benefits. When it is cold in July, you are going to feel warm. Then you want to also test it because of that kind of pressure. Please don't be tempted to take drugs because of peer pressure. There's an element of rebellion. Sometimes you have family issues at home. Then you are discontented with your parents who cannot pay your school fees, so you want to rebel against them. Drugs will not help you. It will worsen the situation. Misconceptions. When you take the drugs, now you can face your lecturer and present your project. Now you can pass that paper, which is difficult because your memory is going to be very sharp. Those are misconceptions. These drugs are available and some students get into them because they are available. Social occasions, sometimes you have parties, and within those parties there is alcohol provided, there is bang provided under the banner of that party. Please don't get them because of social occasions. And then sometimes you want to be accepted by your peers. You want to have a sense of belonging, so you want to take what they are taking. Please, if they are going to reject you because you are not taking drugs like them, so be it, because eventually you are going to benefit from that. So these are some of the main reasons why we find students taking drugs. 80% of students who take drugs is because of curiosity and peer pressure. Can you avoid that allure of curiosity and peer pressure to get into drugs? Because now, what are the effects of drugs? Addiction. When you are addicted to these drugs, you will be taking them despite the challenges they are going to be giving you. You are going to be failing your exams. You are going to be misusing the little money you are given by your guardian and parents is going to be misused. You are not going to be paying your rent, and you are going to be in ill health. You are likely to even to get HIV/AIDS. indiscipline, and financial misappropriation. We have seen a number of students discontinuing their studies because of alcohol and drug abuse. Please avoid alcohol and drug abuse, and in TUK, we don't allow any form of drug abuse so that you finish your studies well. And most of our students are very good. I must say that we don't have problems, but there are few, of course, in any setup who have friends who are abusing drugs. So we discourage alcohol and drug abuse because of that. How would you control it? There are a number of ways to control alcohol and drug abuse, which some I'm going to allude to. But you must know what has brought you to TUK. You want to succeed in your academics and therefore succeed in life. Alcohol and drug abuse will destroy that dream. So avoid it at any cost. Don't associate with peers who are abusing these drugs if they are not changing from that habit. There are a number of modalities we have in TUK for taking care of students who are abusing drugs. And in fact, if you are abusing drugs, you come to us the very day you report, and we are going to help you. We have a rehabilitation program for those who abuse drugs. And when you are filling in the medical examination pre-university entrance form, you had indicated the kind of medical challenges which you have. I would encourage those of us who have chronic medical issues, when you report to the university and you start your academics, come to the health services, so that now we will be able to know you have the following conditions, so that we prepare for you. We can buy the drugs which you are chronically using on a daily basis to be ready for you when you are unwell. So if you have a chronic, a standing medical problem, the best thing you need to do is, first of all, I hope you declared that in your form. Then you report that to us so that we capture it, and we capture the kind of medication we are using. We capture your special requirements so that we take care of you in your study here. Don't wait until you get into problems. That's now when you appear to us that I have ABCD, I want to be treated. Now, if it is something you already know, you come. So in summary, alcohol and drugs are addictive, and never try, because TUK is an alcohol and drug free zone. HIV/AIDS, I think you know about this pandemic, HIV/AIDS. HIV is the virus that causes AIDS. When you have the signs and symptoms, now we say you have AIDS, it's still very much alive. It is one of the main killers of people who are sexually active, the youth your age. It is very common in universities, just like in any other setup. Or it is very much linked to alcohol and drug abuse, because if you are abusing drugs, you are also going to have irresponsible sex. So risky sexual behavior is one of the main problems we have when it comes to causation of HIV/AIDS. You remember, it has no cure, but we have very good ways of treating it. We have drugs that can maintain you. So probably if you have HIV/AIDS, you report to us, and we have drugs here in our clinic, and we'll be able to give you drugs to maintain you, and you're not going to have any problems. We have prophylaxis available. Prophylaxis means we are going to be giving you drugs to prevent getting HIV/AIDS in case of an accident. For example, if you have an accident, maybe you're having sex and the condom bursts, we can give you drugs to prevent you from getting HIV/AIDS if you report to us on time. Because if you have that kind of accident and you report to us after 72 hours, we are not going to help you. But if you report to us within 72 hours, we are going to help you. So that is pre-exposure prophylaxis. We also have post-exposure prophylaxis and all those ones. So we can prevent you from getting HIV/AIDS if you come to us early. And if you think you have risky sexual behavior, like being involved with many sexual partners, come to us and have a chat with us. There are drugs we can give you to protect you. So you don't have any reason for getting HIV in our setup, because we are well prepared. We even provide condoms. But within TUK, we encourage you not to have irresponsible sex and to change your behavior. Disability. Of course, you know disability is physical, sensory, or mental, and other impairment. which includes hearing impairment, physical impairment, which will impact on you. It is important to note that as a university, we are compliant with the requirements of persons with disability, including you students. So if any of you is having any form of disability, again, you report to us. For example, if you need some special attention, you want stairs to reach where your class is, you report to us. Because if you don't report to us, we are not going to be preparing for you. If you want some kind of hearing aids or support, we have sign language interpreters whom we can attach to you. So if you are a person living with a disability, TUK is a place to be because we take care of you. So any student with disability should report to us or disability committee or your student officials for support. Occupational health and safety tips. This concerns your health and safety within TUK. And it includes things like fire safety, safety in the laboratories when you are in classes, workshop, and safety when you are at heights. What I might tell you for now in brief is that don't vandalize fire safety equipments. You are going to see fire safety equipments all over the compound, water hydrants, firefighting, fire extinguishers, but sometimes some students are prone to vandalizing them. It is for your own safety. Don't vandalize them. Don't remove manhole covers on the pavements, because again, if you remove manhole covers, some students will end up falling onto the covers and getting fractures. Don't vandalize lighting equipment. Some of you vandalize sockets, they steal them, and that's not acceptable because you leave the wires live exposed, and that one hurts students. Don't leave taps running with water. They will overflow the classroom and get into the electrical system and cause short circuit and cause problems and even fire in the institution. We have seen fire starting because of mismanaging even water, mismanaging electrical equipment. So we ask you to be careful about your health and safety in this place and have a responsible behavior. We expect students to minimize activities in the night or while drunk. We have seen students and we have admitted a number of students who walk alone at night in the streets of Nairobi. They meet thugs who beat them and we admit them. Some of them get fractures, head injuries, they even lose limbs because of hooliganism at night. So it is important that you don't walk alone at night. If you have to, you must be in a group. And generally discourage walking alone, doing things at night, because as we don't do our things at night. And walking, especially when you are also drunk. So you walk in groups, especially after evening classes, because it will be very bad even to lose your eye because you are attacked by thugs at night in the streets of Nairobi. Behavior change. It is important because you are coming into a different setup from high school setup. In high school, you are enclosed. Here, you are not enclosed. Here, we are considering you adults who know what they are supposed to do. And your parents are not going to be following you to control you. So if you don't know what you are looking for, then you are going to mess up with your academic pursuit. So there's need for you to look at your behavior and change it if it might be wrong. Your parental control is not there. You have a lot of freedom. There's a lot of freedom in an academic environment because we want you to think freely, and there's also a lot of peer pressure. If behavior is not changed, then these things I've talked about, alcohol and drug abuse, HIV, failure in academics, poor morals, will be there. And you are not going to attain your goals in life. Because if you don't have poor morals, and you want to be a good engineer who want to be employed by Kenya Airways, they are not going to retain you there because of morals. Because people are serious outside there. You want to be employed by a bank, and your morals are poor because you didn't change your behavior. You are not going to be retained there. So it's important that you start these things early at TUK. You can see that photo. I don't know whether they are, yes, you can see that photo. This is good. There's no problem with it. I'm not saying it is wrong. But again, it is up to you to decide whether that dressing is decent or not. We see a lot of that in the university. And we discuss a lot of cases of rape. So this kind of dressing, it is alluring. So I would want you to decide whether this is right or wrong. But I'm not saying it is wrong. It is your choice. But you know what it can lead to, especially if you are found in the streets of Nairobi at night with this kind of dressing. Not bad, fashionable. You would like it. We see a lot with students here. But you can see the implications. Because your colleagues, again, are young, vibrant, sexually very active. So we are not blaming it. But we see a lot of such cases in cases of rape because we see them. And when you ask them, why were you raped? There's no reason. But when you look at the kind of dressing, this is the kind of dressing which we are seeing. Look at this. This is very trendy for men, fashionable. But you can see your underclothes very visible to people around. And we normally say, it is my right. So you have to choose, but we don't encourage it. We want you to be decent. Generally, we want you to be decent. Because that kind of decency, you'll carry it forward in the world of work, and you will be successful. Never smoke drugs. We have found students sleeping in gutters out there on the streets because of smoking drugs. This is very common. And when you are sleeping in the streets of Nairobi, smoking drugs, you can be run over by a vehicle, you can be hit by thugs, everything will be stolen from you, things like that. So you are going to be in a lot of problems. We are saying don't do this. Never involve yourself in physical confrontation. We have seen students fighting even within campus, outside there, because they have so much energy. The moment we find you fighting with a colleague, we hand you over to the police. And as a university, we don't have any control over law enforcement. The police will do whatever they want to do with you, and we will not be answerable to that, because what you are doing is criminal. The consequences are not very good. Students hugging, nothing wrong. When you hug, we are happy. But whatever you do, choices have consequences. Because it might not end up at the hugging level. It might end up with you booking a room in the streets of Nairobi and doing other things there. And now HIV comes into the picture and every other thing. It is not bad. And we are not putting it here because it is bad. But we are putting it here because I want to show you that everything you do has consequences and you should be responsible for everything you do. We have seen students being arrested by the police because of misbehavior, getting involved in fights, getting involved in alcohol and drug abuse. And the moment you are apprehended by the police, we are not there as a university. Because we don't have a mandate to control law enforcement in this country. We don't have a mandate to control the police in this country. And nobody else has a mandate to control the police. The police are supposed to do their work. You all know. So then try to avoid getting into contact with law enforcement because of misbehavior. Avoid activities when it is late in the night. I'm highlighting this because we have seen students suffering because of doing things at night. It is very simple. But we have seen students losing their limbs because of being attacked by thugs at night. Losing their eyes. Getting HIV because they were raped, they were walking in the streets at night. So when we put it, it is very, very important for you and you be aware of it. So steps in behavior change. State goals why you are in TUK. What do you want to achieve in TUK? Do you want to get into drugs? Why are you in TUK? You want to succeed in life by succeeding in your academics. You want to clarify your vulnerabilities. You could be vulnerable if you have friends who are not okay. You could be vulnerable if you are not being supported very well by your parents, so that now you rely on other people to support you. And when somebody else supports you, they might also be looking to gain from you in one way or the other. Support with benefits. Because somebody will not allow to support, because we have seen students ladies being accommodated by men because they cannot afford to pay rent for their houses. A man accommodating you in his house because you are coming from Turkana and you don't have a house for accommodation, so I decide to accommodate you in my place. So you become vulnerable and problems ensue. You can be accommodated by somebody who is a drug addict, somebody who is a prostitute. Then you become vulnerable. We are in the digital era. Most of the things are done online. Pornography is very common. Be very careful with these things as students, please, because you will be hooked into betting, into pornography, and that one will destroy your life. Mobile applications are there, very many of them. Choose applications that can be beneficial to you. We see a number of students even failing exams because most of the time they are surfing the internet for things that cannot help them. They even use mobile phones to try to steal exams. In TUK, that will not be very good for you. So please take care of the digital era. Use it for your benefit, not to destroy you. So you have to define your objectives and the areas you need to work on as a student in TUK and implement. You want to pass your exams, you want to succeed in life, you don't want to get HIV, you don't want to get into alcohol and drug abuse. Then how do you get into that? Avoid such kind of things. So there are things which are positive reinforcement to behavior change, negative, positive punishment, and negative punishment. For example, positive reinforcement, if you work very hard, you avoid all these things, you are going to pass your exams. Passing your exams will reinforce your positive behavior of working hard. Positive punishment, we are going to punish you because if you don't work very hard, you get involved in alcohol and drug abuse, you are going to fail your exams. And you are going to be discontinued. Not because we don't want you, but we want you to change. Positive punishment. So lack of behavior modification will lead to poor academic progress, repeats, failure, and discontinuation. And we don't want to get there. We don't want to get into drug addiction and poor health. Poor morals, we don't want to get there. Indiscipline and promiscuity. So we don't want to get there. So you must look at your aims in life in TUK and change appropriately because we are there to help you. Any complaints and questions about health service delivery shall promptly be directed to the Director of Medical Services or to any staff member of TUK who will be able to direct you appropriately for help. So you students, note that we are prepared for you to help you to succeed in your academics and therefore to succeed in life. Thanks a lot. Remember, nobody can keep your health better than yourself. Asanteni sana. Questions? Were we able to capture some questions? So thanks a lot.
An A-, you can come into the Bachelor of Engineering program, but that will depend on the competition.
The university has qualified lecturers with practical experience in the aviation industry. The university also has training equipment such as aircraft engines and simulators. Technical University of Kenya's linkages with General Electric GE, Kenya Airways, Boeing, and Airbus. The linkages also offer internship opportunities and practical training for our students to interact with the best in the industry.
We are one of the institutions in this country with a huge aircraft engine just dedicated to the training of students in aeronautical engineering. We also have a simulator here for the same purpose, and for a number of areas within aeronautical engineering. We also collaborate with other departments in the university. Aeronautical engineering is a very broad-based discipline, contrary to what people think. You need knowledge from mechanical engineering, you need knowledge from civil engineering, you need knowledge from aeronautical engineering, from electrical engineering, and you also need knowledge from geospatial engineering, not counting areas like physics, chemistry, and biology. And the university has facilities in all those departments that can support the study of aeronautical engineering. Needless to say, we keep on adding on to the facilities that we have to ensure that we have a credible program that can be considered to measure up with general international standards of a person who has graduated with a bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering. Now, on the human resource side, again, the institution inherited staff from the former Kenya Polytechnic, although the majority of these people could only teach at the diploma level because that is what the institution was offering at the time. In between, we have hired more staff with extensive professional experience and extensive academic experience, and these have added on to what the institution had previously. But on the other side, we have also hired young people who have just graduated with fresh bachelor degrees and master's degrees from within ourselves and even from abroad, from other universities. And we give these young people opportunity to acquire higher degrees and at the same time also to acquire the necessary experience as to be able to teach effectively as university teachers. We have a very elaborate program for aeronautical engineering to develop capacity within our staff development program, and we constantly send young graduates abroad to acquire higher qualifications.
We have a very, in fact, external reviewers to the program, international reviewers, accrediting agencies have rated the program to be of high quality in terms of its wide coverage. If they compare, for example, this program to others in the UK or United States. So that gives us the confidence that actually we are offering something unique.
Yeah, the Technical University of Kenya, almost right from the beginning, I think within our second year of existence on the degree program, already initiated very, very strong relationships with the practitioners in the aviation industry in this country. And one of the organizations we started off with almost immediately was Kenya Airways, and I can say that we have a very, very good relationship with Kenya Airways. At the international level, we have partnerships with Boeing. We have partnerships with General Electric, who themselves were the people who donated to us a whole aircraft engine here. Boeing has taken our students for attachment both in Nairobi at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport and at their headquarters in Seattle in the United States. We have received, I think, people here from the Airbus company. We are working on linkages.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Once again, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Technical University of Kenya. By name, Sam Amoy Harrison, a senior technologist in the Directorate of ICT. So the Directorate of ICT is a section within the university that is committed to provision of quality and efficient ICT-related guidance to the university fraternity. The Directorate is made up of 3 sections. The first section being the ICT infrastructure section, ICT network and infrastructure section. Now, this unit is concerned with the provision of communication infrastructure, communication infrastructure within the university. In addition to that, it is also concerned with the general management and maintenance of all ICT installations within the university. For learning and instructional purposes, the section maintains 14 ICT rooms that are set aside as general computer laboratories, and one special lab that is set aside for robotics training. The section also has in place wireless services at various areas within the university, with an estimated coverage of around 80% of the institution. These services are freely available to our students and staff within the university. That is the main campus and the hostels. We would like to plead with you as students, as you use these services, kindly note that they are provided with strict understanding that they'll be used for conducting student academic activities only, that is lectures, studies, assignments, and research work. The second section within ICT is the information systems, development and management section. This unit is concerned with the design and development of information systems that support academic and administrative functions in the university. It is also involved in the development of various learning technologies that support both teaching and learning in the university. Most of you who have, say, the Module 2 students have interacted with works from this section, as you have interacted with the student recruitment module. That is whereby you actually made your application and the selection was done, and then a reply was made to you as to whether you are qualified to join a specific course or not. We also have the student life cycle management module within the institution, and I believe most of you as students have interacted with this. During your admission processes, you have been able to upload various documents that are to be verified by various offices within the institution that would subsequently lead to your full registration as a student in Technical University of Kenya. The third section is the information security and learning support section. Now, this section is responsible for planning, designing, and maintenance of the Technical University of Kenya online presence. It utilizes the web technologies to ensure that the university is able to reach a wide audience, while at the same time provide flexible methods to access the available university services. Of interest to you as new students is the e-learning portal, that is the e-learning platform. As you may realize, the COVID-19 pandemic forced many institutions to move their teaching online, and as a result, most higher education institutions invested in at least one learning platform with a web conferencing functionality to cover the pedagogy aspect, that is the instructional aspect of lecturers. The Technical University of Kenya adopted a blended approach, in which case a blended approach is whereby there are face-to-face sessions where the instructor would cover the practical aspects of learning, and then the theory sessions would be covered using the video conferencing facility. That is, you could learn from wherever you are. Now, as ICT, we are mandated to enable you be able to access these online platforms in a more effective way, and as such, the directorate is mandated to provide you with email addresses. These email addresses would be provided to you as students once you've completed your registration process, and it would be available to you on the students portal. As you may have realized, as I had intimated before, you can only access the online learning platforms using the email address that has been assigned to you by the institution. Now, to access the e-learning platform, you will need to visit the Technical University of Kenya website, and then at the top green ribbon you will see the link labeled e-learning. Or for those of you who are a bit technological savvy and are knowledgeable about URLs, you could just go directly to it by visiting the URL elearning.kenya.ac.ke. Once there, please take note of the instructions at the bottom of the page and the YouTube videos that are supposed to guide you through how you're supposed to log in and subsequently interact with the portal. While logging in, you will be required to use the button student login button to be able to access the services in our e-learning portal. In conclusion, I'd like to congratulate you students for passing your examination and getting admissions at the Technical University of Kenya. I'd also ask you to familiarize yourself with our students portal. Most of the instructions are there in. You can, before you make any step, we advise you to basically just read through the instructions that are available. The absolute instructions. They'll guide you through each and every step that you're supposed to take while interacting with the portal. Also interact with ICT installations responsibly. We've had students who vandalize our Wi-Fi hotspot, and in the long run it's you, the students, who actually suffer, because you will have missed services that are supposed to be provided by that specific installation. Our labs, please, while interacting with our computers, be kind to them. Just use them for the purpose in which they are meant to be. They are meant to serve you, and you'll be satisfied with the services that it provides. Lastly, is always log out when you're using a shared computers. We've had very many students, more so from our students portal, when they were uploading their documents, they'd upload the documents, then just leave the computer as is. Somebody else would come and then upload the other documents on the same portal, and then you'd get complaints that the portal has mixed up details of 2 or more students, which should not be the case. Kindly ensure that once you've logged into any university portal or any other website for that matter, ensure that you log out when you're done with the usage of that specific machine. Lastly, I'd also take this opportunity to again welcome you to the Technical University of Kenya, and also notify you that we can be reached in case of any queries. You can contact us through the email address ictsupport@students.kenya.ac.ke. Thank you.
With universities in France, we have, most importantly, we have a very strong linkage with the University of Cranfield in the United Kingdom, and we work very closely with a number of airline companies at Wilson Airport.
Graduates of this program may end up working research and development, testing, parts assembly, and maintenance of aerial vehicles for both commercial and military institutions.
Kenya has the biggest economy in East Africa today, and we have one of the most vibrant aviation industry in the whole of East Africa. And to a large extent, the people who run the aviation industry in this country have had to be trained elsewhere, to be trained abroad, especially at the area of aeronautical engineering and maintenance of aircraft. And so we believe that we are going to fill a gap that is critical to the development of the economy of this country and indeed the economy of this region.
Our program is designed exactly to match those, and also we got an eye to the future. So instead of doing what we do now, we started very well, but be able to expand it to cover areas like space travel, for example, or to cover other programs, the training with piloting component, all being part of the program. It's going to be very exciting program for the next few years. We have already got a lot of interest in the public of people who want to sponsor their children or their students to come and study the subject here.
But this is just the beginning, and we feel that this has worked very well for us, considering that this is one of the youngest programs at the Technical University of Kenya. But I should say that it is also one of our most successful programs at the Technical University of Kenya. Most of our students, I think we have graduated the third cohort from the degree program, and we can say that most of our graduates have found employment within Kenya and abroad. And so far we are quite satisfied with the quality of graduate we are producing and the type of program we are running, even as we are working towards always improving on the program itself. The broad field of aerospace and aviation engineering can be very rewarding to those people who have the right qualifications, because it is also a very, very competitive field. And as the Technical University of Kenya, we are very proud that we are one of the few universities on the African continent offering programs in this area.
The Technical University of Kenya is one of the main vocational training institutions in the country. As one of the leading education centers, the university attracts a large number of student enrollments. These large numbers have, however, put a strain on the institution's limited learning resources. But a recently launched project between AVIC International and the Kenya government to supply state-of-the-art equipment to vocational institutions in Kenya is gradually having an impact on the learning process.
Before the equipment, we still had some equipment, but they were not sufficient enough.
This lack of equipment in the past sparked criticism that most graduates from these institutions were unqualified for the demands of the job market. The collaboration between AVIC International and these institutions offers a platform for practical learning and for students to embrace technical skills development.
As you can see here, we have about 21 sets of CNC machines. In the other lab also we have another set of conventional machines that came in through this collaboration.
While on a tour of the institute, AVIC International chairperson and chief executive said that through the collaboration with Kenyan institutions, AVIC International would share the industrialization experience of China and add to the local culture.
肯尼亚是一个年轻的国家，其中70%以上的人口
Kenya is a young country with more than 70% of its population aged under 35. These young people are in urgent need of vocational training. Kenya's Vision 2030 aims to transform the country into a newly industrializing middle-income country. To realize this also requires a number of youth qualified with professional skills. Seeing China's experiences in the development of past decades and also in vocational education, we found that skills in mechanics as well as electronic and electric fields are the most important in industrial development. That's why we want to cooperate with the Kenyan side.
Beyond the mechanical equipment, AVIC International is also offering vocational skills training in the hope that it will improve the job skills of the local youth and promote the combination of production and learning.
With this, we were able to make a wide array of basically parts. We can make spare parts for vehicles. We can make spare parts for plants. Basically, plants includes factories. Sometimes you may have a broken down part that needs maintenance or replacement. We can come and do it here. So basically, we are talking, we can, you name it. You see a part, we can do it.
With these machines, right now, I'm able to design something. I am able to design something using a software. This is SolidCAM part, and I generate the codes and come machine it in using the same machines.
Well, so far, about 92 mechanical engineering machines have been installed in this technical institution. And thanks to the partnership between AVIC and Kenya, the students here are now able to locally manufacture such products. These products could soon be exported to other countries, a major milestone in actualizing Kenya's Vision 2030. Susan Mungeli, CCTV in Nairobi, Kenya. Technical University of Kenya is located in Nairobi's Central Business District. Nairobi is the heartbeat of the East African economy and a major gateway into the rest of Africa. TUK, as it's fondly known, is home to students from various countries in the region.
Kenya Polytechnic itself was founded in 1950s, built in the present site in 1960, and given the name the Kenya Polytechnic. From that time, it was a premier institution for training technologists and technicians for Kenya, and in the early years for the whole of East Africa.
With such a rich foundation and history, the university has managed to attract a vibrant community of over 15,000 students.
As we develop our capacity in technological development in the short term, we should be looking at this country's Vision 2030, which is committed to making Kenya a technological country. That is, it should be possible for us to produce quite a good number of the things or products we need in this country. In 2007, the Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to the status of a university college, which now gave it the powers to teach at degree level, but to grant degrees of another university. As a university college, it was established as a constituent college of the University of Nairobi, which meant that it could only award degrees of the University of Nairobi, although it had powers to design its own curricula, get them approved by the University of Nairobi Senate, and then to award degrees in the name of the University of Nairobi.
TUK offers an array of programs and courses in 3 faculties. The Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, and the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The university boasts some of the best lecturers in Kenya who offer hands-on training to our students. We have state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge laboratories.
The way we are training our students, they are getting state-of-the-art software. The future of engineering is dependent on using the tools and techniques that engineers and manufacturers and industries using out there. So the kind of training provided at the Technical University is one which is state-of-the-art.
Our students are innovators. They graduate with skills and confidence to thrive in today's competitive job market.
So our school doesn't really limit us to just classwork. They help us get there, they help us broaden our wings, so to say. They help us get to places I don't think I would have gotten to if I wasn't here.
UK offers a special kind of a course, BTech. I studied BTech in journalism and mass communication. That BTech means you get, yes, the theory part, and in addition to that, you get the practical part. so that at the end of the 4 years, the 5 years, or the 6 years, you have the practical and the theoretical. You can easily even start up your own company for whatever you studied in.
TUK students not only excel in academics, we also encourage them to nurture their talents in other disciplines. We boast an impressive alumni who work in leading corporations in Kenya and across the world. Some of these include Kenya Airways and major airports such as JKIA. When you walk alone, you walk fast, but when you walk with others, you go further. TUK has partnered with other institutions, expanding our research and training capacity. Some of the institutions TUK is collaborating with include the following international universities: Augsburg University in Germany, Politecnico di Milano in Italy, Technical University of Munich, Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa, Southern Utah University in the US, and Leeds University in Great Britain. At TUK, we believe in corporate social responsibility and impacting communities around us positively. Our motto is education and training for the real world. The Technical University of Kenya is giving the next generation of scientists, technicians, innovators and leaders the skills they will need to leave a lasting legacy in the world. Technical University of Kenya is located in Nairobi's Central Business District. Nairobi is the heartbeat of the East African economy and a major gateway into the rest of Africa. TUK, as it's fondly known, is home to students from various countries in the region.
Kenya Polytechnic itself was founded in 1950s, built in the present site in 1960, and given the name the Kenya Polytechnic. From that time, it was a premier institution for training technologists and technicians for Kenya, and in the early years for the whole of East Africa.
With such a rich foundation and history, the university has managed to attract a vibrant community of over 15,000 students.
As we develop our capacity in technological development in the short term, we should be looking at this country's Vision 2030, which is committed to making Kenya a technological country. That is, it should be possible for us to produce quite a good number of the things or products we need in this country. In 2007, the Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to the status of a university college, which now gave it the powers to teach at degree level, but to grant degrees of another university. As a university college, it was established as a constituent college of the University of Nairobi, which meant that it could only award degrees of the University of Nairobi, although it had powers to design its own curricula, get them approved by the University of Nairobi Senate, and then to award degrees in the name of the University of Nairobi.
TUK offers an array of programs and courses in 3 faculties. The Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, and the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The university boasts some of the best lecturers in Kenya who offer hands-on training to our students. We have state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge laboratories.
The way we are training our students, they are getting
Good morning, everybody. It is my great pleasure to welcome all the first-year students and everyone who has joined us for this session. And indeed, it is my honor to lead the way in presenting the university common courses. So I want to begin by giving a brief introduction about the common courses, but we are actually a team of 5 who are going to speak to you this morning, and we shall be hopefully extremely brief and concise, but also very thorough in explaining what we all need to know as first-year students about these courses. So my name is Dr. Alice Kiai. I'm the academic team leader in the Department of English and Creative Writing. This department is housed in the Center for Language and Communication Studies in Block C. Those of you who have had a chance to walk around the university, I hope you know where Block C is. It's not very far from the library, and we are in C15. So that is where we are located physically. Okay. So when you hear the term common courses, you need to be aware that these are required courses. They are mandatory. They are a must. You must do them. And these are courses that pertain to general education. They are intended to develop your communicative, your intellectual, your critical, your creative, and your social capacities. So in many ways, they may not appear to be directly related to the program to which you have been admitted. You may have been admitted to engineering, pharmacy, hospitality, and so on and so forth. But these courses are considered so important that all first years are required to register for them at one time or another. So I want to begin by raising your awareness about why they are extremely important. Who does not want to emerge from the university as a well-rounded individual? That's one thing that these courses do for us. Common courses help provide a well-rounded learning experience, and the results at the end of the 4 or 5 years in a well-rounded human being. Needs all kinds of professionals who are not only knowledgeable in their chosen fields, but are also excellent examples of people with core skills that help enhance both your personal as well as your professional life. Secondly, would you not want transferable knowledge? Common courses provide lifelong skills that can be transferred very easily from one area of endeavor to another, both in your personal and your professional paths. So these courses teach skills that are required in your day-to-day life, and they can be transferred to other areas. For example, you're a hotelier, but who says that a hotelier is just a hotelier? With great communication skills, you can easily become a trainer, you can become a mentor, you can become a role model for people who one day will be younger than you, aspiring youngsters, people who would want to be like you in future. So through your words, through your actions, through your deeds, you gain skills, you gain attitudes that are transferable. Thirdly, common courses. Why common courses? They open up your mind. Your specific area will train you to think and understand the world through a particular lens, a particular way of thinking. But the common courses expose you to different disciplines. They expose you to different ways of thinking, different ways of interpreting the world around you. So this creates the possibility of really viewing and understanding the world from different perspectives. And that is the foundation for creativity. That is the foundation for new solutions to the problems that bedevil us in this life. Soft skills. Fourthly, we hear this term a lot, soft skills. Soft skills are increasingly being valued. You leave the university with a lot of head knowledge in your area of expertise. But when you hit the road running, world of employment, world of entrepreneurship, dealing with human beings, you find that you need interpersonal attributes. Attributes that will promote success in your life, in the workplace, and so on and so forth. So here we are thinking of promoting your emotional intelligence, creating in you a strong work ethic, great communication skills, critical thinking, teamwork, very important these days, ability to work in teams, and ability to also be interculturally competent, deal with people from across Kenya, across East Africa, across the world in a reasonable manner. So these soft skills improve our capacity to work smoothly with others, and they actually have a great impact on our professional growth and career trajectory in the future. So those are just a few points about why actually universities such as TUK and other universities consider it so important to have courses that everybody is exposed to. And you begin this exposure in first year. So at the TUK, we have 4 common courses that are open to all first years at different points in your studies. We have communication skills, we have critical and creative thinking, we have health education, and we have society and culture. Now, we shall have presenters talking about each of these courses very briefly for about 10 minutes, But before we get there, I want to emphasize one thing. All these courses that I have mentioned are online. They are fully online, and they occur at specified times on the academic calendar. So you need to remember that these courses are mandatory. You cannot graduate without successfully completing these courses and having a pass grade on your transcript. Now, the fact that they are online can seem daunting because you will not meet these lecturers face to face. And what we want to do this morning is to just enable you with some basic tools to ensure that from next week you can successfully get on board and access the common courses and participate productively in the online environment. So this morning we are here to set you on the right path in that direction. So in terms of presentation, we are going to begin with a very important presentation. So please pay absolute attention to Mr. Martin Hamala, who is coming up next to tell us about e-learning and the Common University courses. His presentation will take you step by step, show you how to get on board communication skills and critical thinking, which are on offer this term, first term. After that, I will come on board briefly and talk about my own area, which is communication skills. It's on offer this term. Dr. Chando will follow and talk about critical thinking. Ms. Joyce Asuke will follow with health education. And finally, we shall have, last but by no means least, Dr. Cleophas Ondeki talking to you about society and culture, which is on offer in third term. So thank you very much. I will hand over to Mr. Martin Hamala.
I start. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad that you made it online, and we're now going to go through a section where I show you how to enter into the system so that you can participate in the UCCs. So I'll show you how to do it for one UCC, but the same would apply to the others, the same approach, so that you can get online. I'll guide you through step by step, in which case it helps if you have a laptop or a phone ready on the university portal. So to get to the e-learning page where we run the courses, you need to open up your browser. Now, if you're using your phone, then that's fairly straightforward, but you must type elearning.tukenya.ac.ke. So e-learning is one word without hyphens, nothing. ELEARNING.TUKENYA for Kenya, TUKenya.ac.ke. You type that into your browser web address bar and it takes you to the e-learning site. I'll say it one more time so that you can all participate. Open up your browser on your laptop or on your phone and type elearning.tukenya.ac.ke and press enter. So that's the very first step to going online for any course that you want to take on the university. And as Dr. Alice had said earlier, we're going to start with the UCC courses, which are the common courses. Now, when you type elearning.tukenya.ac.ke, you land onto the login page for the portal. So, this is the starting step, and you know you're there because you can see the logo at the top and the university name at the top. It has a big green box. Now, what follows next is very important, and we couldn't overemphasize the importance. There are two login buttons you can see within the green box. There's the staff login and the students login. What you need to do is to be keen to click on the student login. If you click on the staff login, you will not be accepted to enter. And for those who are on the laptop, you're going to see a wider screen. You'll see 4 logins. The student login and the staff login in the gray boxes, that's one set. But then on the left, in the white boxes, is another login if you already have an account. Now, the white boxes that you see on the laptop, you must avoid. Our focus is inside the green box. So I'm saying this so that we don't have the confusion, because we've had it before. You must look at the green box, avoid the white box, and you must click on student login, the gray box, which is below staff login, which is above. I hope that's clear. Now, when you click on the student login, you will be prompted to type in your password. No, first of all, your username. So you type in your email address, your institution email address, and then you say next and type in your password. Now the password is the same for all students. It's student 321 in lowercase, and it's the same for all students. So this information you get from your portal. Your portal will guide you on what your username is, and your username is your institutional email address. For example, if my name is Martin Hamala and I'm a student, then my login becomes martin.hamala@student.tukenya.ac.ke. But it's not uniform like that. So you go to your portal and look for that student address. And once you have that email address, that's what you use as your username. So, from the beginning, you go to the green box, you select student login, you click on that, and then type in your student university email address for your username, press next, and then type in your password, student321 in lowercase, and then press next. With that, you will log in. The rest you answer positively. It may ask you to authenticate the terms of conditions. You say you accept and okay. And it may even prompt you to change your password. You can do that if you like. But that's a standard login procedure. Now, when you have done that, I'll guide you on how to get to the UCCs. We'll start with communication skills because that can be an example. And before I do that, I'd like to explain something small. On the home page, there are some mistakes that people make, and they're not sure. You may even forget what I've just told you. If you scroll further down on the home page, and this is important when you come to the login, you will see that there are instructions. The heading is this your first time here? So those instructions are the instructions you need to guide you when you log in. The same instructions I'm giving you are listed below the login box. All right, so whether you're on a laptop or you're on an Android phone, you can follow the instructions. We've also included amongst the instructions video tutorials to guide you on your phone and on your laptop. So you have the option of using the instructions below in the event that you forget what I may have said. So let's log in. I'll give you 1 minute to log in. It's not a complicated process. If you don't have your user password, if you don't have your username, then you just need to go to your portal and check. You'll see it there. So I will log in with you. All right. I'm assuming now you've logged in. You typed in, you selected the student login button, and then you typed in your student login, your student institution address for your username, and you typed in your password. So now we're in. Once you're in, you'll see that the theme of the system is green, and you'll be confronted with a white dashboard. So you'll see the heading dashboard on your screen. Now, if you're using your phone, then there's a hamburger menu in the top left-hand corner, the 3 lines in the top left. Click on that to reveal now the menu options. There will be a left sidebar that flies out. So click on the hamburger menu, top left. The left sidebar flies out. Select the home icon. The home icon looks like a house. It's the second icon in the flyout. Click on that. And this will now reveal the home page. I'll say that again. When you log in the top left-hand corner, you will see a hamburger menu, which is 3 horizontal lines. Click on the hamburger menu, and you'll see a flyout left sidebar. Click on the home icon, which looks like a house, to go to the home page. So this is an important step. It's a step that orientates you with the website, with the learning page. If you are ever lost, you simply go to the home page and then you can find your way again. So it's a very important step. It's just knowing how to get started without getting lost. So that's the orientation. You go down to the home page, click on the icon for the house on the left sidebar. Now, the main image area, the content area, will refresh. You will see, if you scroll down, a list of faculties. So we have 3 faculties at the university. The first one is the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. The second on the list is the Faculty of Applied Sciences, and the third one is the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. Now, depending on the common course you're taking, you will click on the button. If you're doing communication skills, that's offered in the first one, which is the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. If you're taking critical and creative thinking, these are the two we are taking this semester, it's also offered in the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. Health education and is offered in the Faculty of Applied Sciences next semester or next term, and Health and Society and Culture is offered in the first one, the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. So let's start. I'll show you how to navigate to communication skills. So by now you should have clicked on the home page, and you should have scrolled down to reveal now the list of faculties. Click on the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. If you click on that, it will open up the different schools, the list of schools within the faculty. You'll see that there are 5 schools. One is a directorate, a Center for Language, the third option. Select the Center for Language and Communication Studies. Click on that. Scroll down. You'll see 2 departments. Select the first option, Department of English and Creative Writing. Click on that. And then scroll down. Right to the bottom, you will see University Common Course. Click on that. When you click on that and scroll to the bottom, you will see Communication Skills 2022-2023 Diploma and Degree Programs. And then you click on that. The first option on the list that you will see is Communication Skills 2022-2023. It's a tall list, and the reason why it's tall is because you have very many departments within the university and very many programs. So each program has its own unique code. Now, before I carry on, let me just repeat the steps so that if you're stuck or if you're doing this as I'm doing it, you can catch up. So I'm going to go right back to the home page. So select the hamburger menu, click on the home icon, scroll down. When you see the list of faculties, select the first one, the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. Click on that. We're now navigating the system. The third option, the Center of Language and Communication Studies. Click on that. Scroll down. The first option, the Department of English and Creative Writing. Click on that. Scroll down right to the bottom. University Common Courses. Click on that. Scroll down. Communication Skills 2022-2023 Diploma and Degree Programs. Click on that. And you'll see the heading for Communication Skills. You may have to scroll down slightly, but you'll see it right there. And the instructions. So what we find often is students don't read these instructions. So this is an important moment to read the instructions. And if you do, you'll have no problem logging in. If you bypass the instructions, it might be a bit complicated. In order for you to log in, you have to know your department. You need to know your program. You need to know exactly what your program is. And the reason I say that is because we need you to look for your program on a list below and identify your code. It's an enrollment key. It's a password, if you like. The password which will allow you to enroll onto the program. So we're going to look for your program on the list and then identify the key that's associated with your program so that you can log in. So those are the steps. It's not complicated at all. But we have to start with that. Okay? You need to know your program. Now, once you know your program, then you look at the list of instructions. There are only 5. They're not many. And it's important to read them. So let's go through them. I'll start at the top. It says, this is an online university common course for all first-year diploma and degree students. So that's the general heading. But the first instruction, scroll down in order to identify your program and a accompanying enrollment key. Okay? It's asking you to scroll down so that you can find the program which you now know and the enrollment key. Number 2, copy and the correct enrollment key. See the note below. So that's a select and copy job. You use your thumb if you're on your phone to select, or your mouse to click and drag to select and copy. If you're on your computer, on your laptop, you'll select, right-click, copy. If you're on your phone, you know how to do that. You click and drag with your thumb, you long press, and then copy. Number 3, click on the course title above, Communication Skills 2022-2023. Now, the reason for clicking on it is it directs you to the place where you have a text field box that you'll paste your code. We will do that, step number 3, in a minute. Scroll down and paste the enrollment key in the text box provided. That's step number 4. And the last step, click on the green Enroll Me button to enter the course. They're very straightforward steps. They're even intuitive. But you have to know that you have to do that. So let's start with the beginning. You scroll down this tall list and look for your program name. I'll give you a minute to do that. Scroll down this tall list and look for your program name. Now, as you're doing that, I'll just mention, because I could not overstress this point, that you must pick your correct program name. If you enter into the system with a wrong, or let's say using the key for a wrong program, then you'll be with a different cohort. You will not be with your classmates. For you to be with your classmates online, you need to select the correct program name. Now be keen, some courses are having similar names, but you can always find an identifier that will tell you which one is yours. For example, if you're doing a course like, there is a course here like a degree, it's a degree in technology, bachelor's in technology in music. There's also a diploma in technology in music. So the identifier is diploma and bachelor. But I think with bachelor we write sometimes BTech on this list. So we have BTech, which stands for Bachelor of Technology, or we write there Bachelor of Technology in Music. The option, or the other course, is Diploma in Technology of Music. So the key word there is Bachelor, Diploma. So be very keen that you select the right one. If you know that you're a day student, it helps. If you know you're an evening student, that helps as well. If you're an evening student, then you may find that your course will emphasize evening. In which case, there are 2 columns for the keys. The first column is for the full day students, the first column. And you can see the key, it's to the right of the name. The second column to the right is for the evening students. So if you're an evening student, you'd now select your key from the second column. If you're a day student, you'd select it from the first column. That's another identifier, because you will see that when your key appears on the right, to the far right, it doesn't appear in the first column. When it appears in the first column, it doesn't appear in the second column. That tells you whether it's a daytime class or an evening class. So I hope by now you found your course. It's a tall list. I think there are 150 of them. I hope you found your course. You can also search if you know how to use search, but you have to know the exact name. Okay, so when you find your key, we all know using the phone how to select and how to copy. All right, so I won't explain that one. I've just selected by long pressing using my thumb and then copied. But if you're using your laptop or a computer, you click and drag. You click and drag on the code and then right click on it, right click on the selection and select copy. I'll say that again. If you're on your laptop and you want to select and copy, you scroll down to your program name, you click and drag on the code to select, then right click on the selection, then select copy from the knockdown menu. There will be a knockdown menu, it will come, and then you select copy. All right, so once you've copied it in memory, I hope we're there now. You've already identified your program and you've selected and copied the code. So the next step is to scroll up. Scroll right up to where you see the heading, communication skills, at the very top in green. Not the one which is in the image, it's the one in green, communication skills. Okay, it says communication skills 2022-2023. All right, click on that, and when you do, it opens up at the very bottom, I think. No, let me see. Aha, it's at the very bottom. All right, so yes, you go to the very top and you select the communication skills 2022-2023 heading, and then scroll right down to the very bottom and you will see enroll me. This can be confusing. You see, we've had to navigate to the top and then right down to the bottom. That can be confusing, so it's good to take note of that. The alternative, is there an alternative? Let me check. The alternative is not to go to the top. The alternative is to go straight down to the bottom. The alternative to me sounds better, by the way. Instead of going to the top, scroll right down to the bottom and you'll see access. There's a green button there. Click on the green access button. Click on that. And then scroll right down to the bottom again. Apparently it goes back to the top. And then type in, it says click on enroll me below. So what you do is you paste your key, your enrollment key. To paste in your phone, you long press inside the text box. You see the box under enrollment key? Long press inside it, and when the option to paste comes, select paste, and then click on enroll me. I'll say that again. In order for you to now log in, remember you've copied your enrollment key. Scroll right down to the bottom, click on access, and when the text box appears, long press inside the text box if you're using your phone, select paste. If you're using the laptop, it's the same process, only that you right click inside the box and then select paste. Now you can see what's in focus is enroll me, and the instruction says click on enroll me below. So click on enroll me below. Do not click on the one that says lecturers enroll. It will not accept. The lecturers have a different method, so don't do that. You click on the one above which says click on enroll me, and you go. So there are two enroll me's and you want the one above. When you say enroll me, it will now enroll you in. Now the beauty of this enrollment is you're now enrolled inside your class with your classmates. That's the beauty. And that's why you have to look carefully for your program name. You need to look for it carefully. And having found it, then you can enroll. So I hope that has been helpful. Once you're in, then you're ready now to start with this UCC. This is a common course for communication skills. The route into critical and creative thinking is slightly different. but we can go through that when the presentation comes for critical and creative thinking. For now, I'll maybe introduce Dr. Alice again so that she can take you through the UCC for Communication Skills 2022-2023. Otherwise, thank you for taking your time to go through this with me. I hope you have a successful time learning online. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin Hamala, for that step-by-step introduction on how to enter the common courses, and in particular he was demonstrating using communication skills. So once you've actually done that, you'll find yourself within the course. You are already in class. Now, what next? It has been emphasized that reading instructions is very important. So the first thing you will see is a green box with a few sentences on it. You must read what is there. And most importantly, it tells you, one, how to access your live sessions. So you ask yourself, how do I know when my live sessions are on? Key point is that you must have a timetable. All of you have got your timetables. Ensure that you have got your UCC 1101 communication skills on your timetable and your UCC 1102 critical and creative thinking schedule with you, because those are the times that you shall have live sessions. So in that green box that I'm talking about, I'll just read out what it says concerning live sessions. This is very important. It says, links to live lectures are via the big blue button. So this is the platform we use. You may be used to other platforms like Zoom, Google Meet, and so on and so forth. But here at the TUK, on our e-learning platform, we are using something called the big blue button. And the symbol for that is a B. So when you see a B on your course page, that one tells you, if I click on this at the right time according to my schedule and according to my lecturer's name, which is on my timetable, I'll be able to enter class and interact with my fellow students and my teacher. So the sentence reads, just to continue, it says, links to live lectures are via the big blue button, posted weekly by your lecturer as per your timetable. All these links can be found in a particular section of the page written access your live lectures here. So this is how to get into class. Once you're on our page, look for that heading saying access your live lectures here, click on the appropriate link based on your timetable, and you can also download your timetable from our course page in case you don't have it, and just follow your weekly schedule of classes. So that is very important. Now, apart from live sessions, there's a lot of other content on the course page. You may also be wondering, where is this content? You have to scroll down. If you're using a laptop, it's quite visible. If you're using a phone, take your time, just scroll down. The content will be made visible to you week by week. It's already uploaded, but we shall make it visible as the weeks go by. Now, the content is in blocks according to weeks. So you will see week 1, which is 4th to 9th of July. When you open up that block by clicking on an arrow, you will see all the class notes, you'll see videos, you'll see links to books. There's a lot of content for you to engage with after class, even before class. So everything is arranged on a week-by-week basis. Important points. Week 5. Week 5 is a week for continuous assessment. Week 5 is which dates? 1st to 6th of August. So remember, your first CAT is not very far away, and therefore it's important to keep abreast with your studies. Another beautiful thing about the course page is that just remind your lecturer to press record during the lectures. Once your lecturer presses record, you can always revisit the recordings for the lectures that you've had. So week 5 you'll be tested, and again if you scroll right down, week 10, that's another week for continuous assessment. This is, let me get the dates, 5th to 10th of September. And then after that you have your exams. So please keep those important points in mind. You find them happening in your mother departments. They also happen with the common courses, week 5, week 10, and then your exams. Mark those dates on your calendar. Now remember that you cannot sit for your exams unless you have done your CATs. Even if you walk into the exam room and perchance you happen to do the exam, it is null and void. So make sure you take your CATs, continuous assessment tests, absolutely seriously. They carry 30% of the marks. Okay, now since I'm not able to display the course page to you at this moment, I want to spend the last 2 minutes, I think I have like 2 minutes, to share with you some of the points that my colleagues, we are 6 of us who are going to be handling this course, and they told me, please remember to raise these points with the students. So listen up. These are messages from some of the teachers who will be handling your classes. 1, they remind you to have a good smartphone or laptop with internet access before every class. Okay, I think this can be shown on the screen. It's presentation 3. Good smartphone or laptop is essential because our classes are online. So before your classes, ensure that you have internet access for you to be able to attend live lecture sessions. Remember also that class attendance is compulsory, and attendance is recorded in the background on the course page. So failure to attend could result in missing important learning points, and it could also result in you failing to meet the threshold of class attendance. Remember, students, that you should also have your own gadget when accessing class. Avoid sharing gadgets because the only details that are captured as attendance are of the person who has signed in. So the 10 of you who are accessing from a single phone or a single laptop, the system only recognizes that one person has signed in and attended that class. So try to have your own equipment. Remember that some of the continuous assessment will most certainly be done online. Some will be done physically. So you need to familiarize yourself with the system. My email address is on the course page. You can always ask me questions in case of challenges with communication skills. Remember, all continuous assessment counts towards your final grade. I want to repeat that. So do not miss any assessment. The course page is your learning space. This is the final point. Course page is your learning space. So please visit it frequently. There's a lot of content there. Very useful links. Videos, audio content, class recordings. This is your space. Use it before class, use it after class. And I wish you every success in communication skills and all the other common courses. So at this juncture, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Chando to tell you something about critical and creative thinking, which is the other common course that is on offer this term. Dr. Chando.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kiai, for that elaborate explanation of what happens in the common courses. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Technical University of Kenya, where we hope you are going to get the best that you bargained for. I'm Dr. Theophilus Chando, and I'm talking on behalf of critical and creative thinking, which is actually coordinated or hosted in the Center for Science and Technology Studies, and the director of the center is Professor Maurice Amutabi, who unfortunately was unable to be with us today. And I want to say from the onset that if you have anything that you might wish to find clarification about, I may not be the right person to come to. You might need to go to Professor Mutabi's office at the Center for Science and Technology Studies. Someone is standing in for him. Having said that, I wish to remind you that just as has been said about common causes generally, critical and creative thinking is one of the causes that you might not want to miss, and you might not want to do poorly in, because if you don't do well in it, then certainly it's going to affect you very, very seriously. Most of the things which have been said about common causes allow you equal force to critical and creative thinking. But I want to remind you that this course is going to be taught by different lecturers, and each lecturer has his or her page. Now you need to know who your lecturer is and when your course is scheduled, when your lecture is scheduled, and you will need to strictly attend the lectures offered by your lecturer. Don't hop from one lecture to another. Stick to your lecturer, because that is where you are going to do your continuous assessment test from, and this is the person who is going to have your records. And on the day of the continuous assessment test, please stick to your lecturer's test, because if, say, you are taught by myself and also Dr. Kiai, and on the day of the lecture, instead of on the day of the cut, instead of doing the cut set by me, while I have been your lecturer for the entire term, you go and do a cut by Dr. Kiai. She will not know how to record you, because you will not be in her list of students. So please stick to your lecturer to avoid cases of missing marks, so that at some point you are told you didn't do a cut, yet you really did a cut, only that you got confused and you did it at a wrong place. So please get to know who your lecturer is, get to know your time schedule, and stick to that. Many students have said, oh, you see, we do not see the material of study, you say they are uploaded. Just as it has been said, be a frequent visitor of the learning page and try to rummage through it. Check all all the attachments which you find there, and you will find a lot of learning material in the page. I don't think I have much to say. I might want to ask now Mr. Martin Hamala. He said he's going to also talk to you a little bit about how to get into the creative and critical thinking learning page, which is slightly different from how you get into the communication skills page. And I think that is what is most important for you right now, so that you don't find difficulty joining your lectures when they are due. Mr. Hamala.
Okay. I'm back again. Now, I'd like to take you through the steps for entering into critical and creative thinking. It's also a common course. However, we can't do it literally at this moment because the course that is targeting you as a first year is actually not available online. But let's just go to the beginning. We go to our home page. If you have not logged in, then log in. Remember to log in. I'll just repeat it again for those who may have just come online. You click on, first of all, look at the gray box, the green box. The green box is key. Inside the green box there are two buttons, two gray buttons. A staff login above and a student login below. So that's what we're interested in. The green box as a guide and then the two gray boxes. Now, the lower gray box, student login, is the one you click on. Okay? Now, if you forget, you scroll down, the instructions that I'm telling you right now are below. So you'll see them below the green box. If you're on a laptop, avoid the white box. The white box is where the devil lives. So don't go to the white box. Click on the gray box saying student login, then type in your student university email address as your username. You type in your student university email address as your username. Click on next and then type in your password and you're in. The rest you answer positively. It might ask you to confirm things. You say okay, you say next, and you proceed. So when you proceed, you'll be taken now to the home page. I mean, not really to the home page, to the dashboard. On the dashboard, remember, you click the top left icon, which is the hamburger menu, 3 horizontal lines. You click on that. By the way, if you're on a laptop, you may not see the 3 horizontal lines. You will see a sidebar, a left sidebar. On the left sidebar, you will see home. But if you're on your phone, then you will see on the left sidebar the icon of a house. So click on that icon for the house. So once you're in, you want to look for the home page, because when you log in, you're not on the home page, you're on the dashboard page. So go to the home page. So now this exercise is, how do I go to critical and creative thinking? That's the exercise. So let's start. You're on the home page. You can see the list of the faculties. The top list is the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. So click on the Faculty of Sciences and Technology. Click on that. It drops down another list. Now this time we take the first item on the list. It's the Center of Science and Technology Studies. The Center for Science and Technology Studies. That's the first item on the list. Click on that. And when you do, you'll see critical and creative thinking. Now, at the moment, the cohort that is showing is at the very top is critical and creative thinking 2021-2022. That is not you. So do not log in yet. We're going to correct that and put at the top of the list the cohort for 2022-2023. That is your cohort. Critical and creative thinking 2022-2023. So I will not encourage you to log into this one. If you log into this one, you get lost. We have on our side something to do in order for you to log into the correct cohort, which is critical and creative thinking 2022-2023. All right. So thank you very much. I hope that was clear. And if you have any issues again with logging in, this recording will be made available so that you can follow it. Thank you. I'll introduce, I think it's society and culture. Health education, who will now take you through that UCC. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. And to our new students, you are most welcome to Technical University. We are glad that you chose to be with us. My name is Joyce Asuke from the School of Health and Biological Sciences, Department of Health Systems and Public Health Management. And I'm going to just give a brief, maybe introduction to the common course UCC 1201, which is health education. Now, I don't know how many of us would know the definition of health, but if I may do that, now health is a complete state of physical, mental, and social and emotional well-being, and not just the mere absence of disease and infirmity. Now, that definition is according to the World Health Organization 1948, and it is what we are still applying today. Now, it simply means that health is so much of who we are and what we are before we can even think of the profession that we want to pursue. And so in health education, what we do, or one of our objectives, is to inform the learners about a wide range of health issues that affect the world today, so that they may make an informed decision on the kind of lifestyle they may wish to adopt. There are many diseases that come to us, both emerging and re-emerging. By early 2019, we did not have the novel coronavirus, but it emerged as a disease that now devastated the world, as you know as well as we do. And so health education equips the student with preventive measures, which when put into practice ensures a healthy lifestyle throughout the lifespan of an individual. In other words, I'm saying that health education is a must unit for every other living human being, because we would want to lead a healthy life. We want to be emotionally healthy, physically healthy, spiritually healthy, and also socially healthy. And so health education is able to give us information, okay, so that we are able to acquire and practice a lifestyle that we do not only use while we are students here, but we practice it throughout our lifespan. Now, there are diseases that we refer to as lifestyle diseases. Now, these ones can be avoided depending on the kind of lifestyle that we adopt. So regardless of your profession, you need to be healthy first before you can become the engineer that you are, before you become the accountant that you want to be, or whichever other profession. You need to have taken care of your health adequately. Even for you to be an effective, productive student, you need to be healthy first before you can even come to class, go to work, or even practice your profession. Okay, so health first before you become the person that you aspire to be. And so what we are saying, that health information is not just for us to learn and keep, but for us to share the information. And as we do this as students, as health education is being mainstreamed in all institutions of higher learning, we are believing and seeing a future that every young Kenyan will be able to have the basic health information that will be able to make them lead a healthy lifestyle, and also to keep healthy throughout their life as they embark onto these health practices. And so this unit, as you've been told, like other common units, it's being offered online, and as my other presenters already emphasized, that it is important that you log in to the right course at the right time according to your timetable schedule. The teaching will be done by different lecturers on different days at different times, but please log in at the right time that your specific class is assigned, so that you are able to get in the class and interact with your colleagues as well as your lecturers. All right, and though also make sure that you do not miss on the CATs. The CATs are online, and they account for 30% of your total marks at the end of the semester. The final exam, we always do it physical. Now you come physically to the university and you do the end of term exam, which accounts for 70% of your marks. Ensure that you do not miss your cuts, because if you do not have your cuts, then you are not going to get the full marks as it should be. All right, attendance. We consider 70% of your attendance. You'll be logging in online, but we are able to get your attendance and we are able to add up together. So please, we expect your attendance, and we also expect your class participation and active involvement in all the class activities and assignments that may be provided unto you. So thank you very much. The health education is not being taught this semester, but it will be taught in your first year, second term. This first term you're doing creative and communication skills, but in the second term you will be able to interact with us as we take health education. The system of logging in is basically the same as what Martin had already explained to you. Thank you very much. We hope and wish you a happy stay at the Technical University of Kenya. Thank you.
In front, okay. That's all right. Okay, I'm ready. Students, I join my colleagues in congratulating and welcoming you to the Technical University of Kenya. And this subject, Society and Culture, is under the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, the School of Hospitality and Human Ecology, and the Department of Psychology and Human Development. Society and Culture will be taught by 6 members of staff, namely Dr. Anastasia Musila, myself, Dr. Cleophas Ondieki, Mrs. Florence Salim, Mr. Phyllis Moraguri, Mr. Paul Kawa, and Mr. David Asadi. Society and Culture students is very important because its main purpose is for you to develop a positive attitude that will enable you to understand your role in the society, and also will be taught various topics that will enrich your understanding of society, social changes, and processes. And as such, you'll also be able to appreciate the need for harmony in the society where each person lives responsibly for mutual benefit. This is quite important because you have heard from previous speakers of communication skills, for example, health, and critical thinking, that to be an all-round student, you need such supportive subjects. So among the expected learning outcomes, you discuss the functions of social stratification and also explain the features of society. You also analyze the factors for social change. You demonstrate the role of socialization to an individual and to society. You evaluate the effects of rural-urban migration, then also develop an understanding of gender issues in Kenya, and also investigate various social processes. The subject will be taught in modules, which will be 9. One is Introduction to Sociology, the second Society, third Urban and Rural Community, fourth Culture, fifth Social Change, sixth Leadership and Group Dynamics, seventh Government of Kenya, eighth Human Rights, and finally Social Processes. Each will take about a week, so meaning about 9 weeks, but there will be time for continuous assessment tests of 1 week and then 2 weeks, one of which you will be preparing for the examination and the actual examination itself. I also like to repeat that you have to register and attend the online sessions, because if you don't, you will not qualify for the examination. The course instructors will allocate you time when you'll be able to be taught by them, and this will be done by the ICT department. It's quite important that you attend all the lessons offered and also do the evaluation. I'd like to repeat here, as my colleagues have said, that don't take this lightly, because it will eventually affect your performance as a student and eventual graduation. So the continuous assessment test will comprise of 30% of the marks, and that the 70% the actual examination itself. There will also be given core reading resources such as the Constitution of Kenya and others which will be relevant. Once more, I would like to welcome you and wish you success through your cooperation with the teaching staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, students, for your patience in listening to all of us. We wanted to introduce you to some of the faces of members of staff who will be handling the common courses excuse me, who will be handling the common courses over the next 1 year. Some questions have come in, and you can still continue sending your questions. We shall have a brief Q&A session, and we shall also have a recap over the technical aspect with demonstration, just in case some of you did not manage to capture how to enroll onto the common courses. So George Barasa, you're asking, we students joining as second years, do we do common courses? George, the Bible that you're going to follow is your timetable. Whatever is scheduled on your timetable is for you to do. Okay? So if there are common courses there that are scheduled for you, they are part of your program. Ensure that you do them. The most important thing you can do for yourself as a student is to ensure that at this point you do have your timetable with you, because that's what guides you as to the courses that you're taking, the venues, and the lecturers. James, you're asking, where do you get the students' email? And I think Mr. Kamala has an answer for that. So I'll invite him to say something.
Thank you, Alice, for the introduction. So, yes, Barasa, you had this question. We students joining as, oh, I see, sorry, the first one's James. So, where do we get the students' emails? Now, the students' emails are in your portal, and you have your address to your portal. So, you go to your portal, and you'll find your student email address there. You need that for logging in as your username. The other thing you find there is the link, actually, to the common courses, particularly critical and creative thinking, where we did not give you the step-by-step, but you'll find the link there, and also for communication skills. So you need that. Now, this is important. Some of your email addresses have not been created because students are still registering. So that's problematic. Now, if your email address is not showing on the portal, then use this one. Anyone can use it. Demo1. Demo is DEMO 1, number 1. So demo1 at is the sign, students.tukenya.ac.ke. I'll say it again. If you do not have your student's email address for any reason, then use this one for now. Demo1, DEMO1 at students.tukenya.ac.ke. All right, DEMO1 at students.tukenya.ac.ke. The password is the same, students 321. So that's STUDENTS 321. Students 321. That's the password in lowercase. Right? And that's just for today. You know, that demo 1 will be disabled. It will be disabled. So you still need to get your students' password to actually attend the course. Thank you very much. I'll introduce Alice.
Okay, we've also received a request for a quick demo on those steps. So we are going to do that in just about 5 minutes, starting from the top and demonstrating exactly how to get into one of the common courses. So you'll be able to see this on the screen starting now. And I'll hand over back to Mr. Kamala for that.
All right, so let's go through it now visually, and we'll answer the question with this example. Now, on the screen, you can see we have the green box. So if you're using your laptop, the view you're seeing on the screen resembles your laptop. If you're using your phone, it's slightly different because the phone actually shows you the green box focused. And when you scroll down, you see the white one. And after the white one, you see the instructions. It's important to understand the difference so that you don't miss the instructions in case you need them. So, looking at the screen, you can see the green box on the left, the white box on the right. The important thing to remember is our focus is on the green box. All right? The green box has two buttons. The top one is for staff, the bottom one is for students. So pick the bottom button and click on it. It says student login. That's how you start. And then you put in your institutional email address as your username, and then you put in your password after you say next. All right? So you go like that. That one is fairly straightforward. I think we can all understand that. But the next step is for the instructions. In the event that you forget or you're unable to remember what we're going through, then I need you to scroll down and go through the text that's written there. The instructions are very short. You can see there are only 2 instructions, and there's a video. The top video is for the top one is for the Android phone. So if you're using a phone, then the top one is for you. The bottom one is for the laptop, I think. Yeah, the laptop to get you into the common courses. So those 2 instructions are the instructions we're going through now are listed down below. Okay, so select student login, and when you do that, type in your email address. For those of you who do not have your email address, use demo1@students.tukenya.ac.ke if you do not have your email address. demo1@students.tukenya.ac.ke. So I'll give you a minute to log in. We'll log in now. Remember, use the green box. Do not use the white box. This is absolutely important, and do not forget that. I'm logging in now. Now, the moment you log in, I'm hoping we're all together. The moment you log in, you will see the dashboard. And there's a big sign, dashboard. So we'll log in now. For those of you who do not have the, your student's address, then just use demo1@students.tukenya.ac.ke. Now you can see the sign, dashboard. Now the dashboard is not the home page. It's just a central page for it. When you start using the system, you'll find a lot of your links will be on the dashboard, short links to take you to where you need to go. But for now, it's empty because you're starting. So the dashboard is to help you go to the shortcuts, and it has other features as well. However, for orientation, to orientate yourself, you want to click on the home page. On the left sidebar, you can see a list of names on that green sidebar on the left. The second name is Site Home. Click on Site Home. If you're using your phone, then click on the icon for the house. But you have to click on the hamburger menu first, and then click on the icon for the house. Now, that will take you to the home page. The home page is necessary to orientate you, because it has the faculties. Now you can scroll down and you'll see the list of faculties on the home page. And on yours, you'll see nothing. You will not see what you're seeing on the screen right now, because it's your first time. You will only see the 4 faculties. So if you're going to, let's say, again we go to communication skills, because the other one is not ready, but we'll start with that. Let's start by going to Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. So click on that link, the first one, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. It opens up now a list of schools in the faculty. The schools are 4, and there are 2 centers, but you'll see the list. There you have it. Now, click on the Center of Languages, the third option, the Center for Languages and Communication Studies. Click on that. It will open up departments within the school. You can see there are 2 departments. So click on the first one, the one that says Department of English and Creative Writing. Click on that, Department of English and Creative Writing. It will open up the program. Well, let's just say a big sentence explaining about the department, but if you scroll down, you will see the courses offered in the department. And right at the bottom, you will see the University Common Course. Click on the University Common Course. When you click on the University Common Course at the bottom, you now enter into the space for the University Common Course. This is the space for communication skills. And at the bottom, you will see Communication Skills 2022-2023 Diploma and Degree Programs. Click on that. Communication Skills 2022-2023 Diploma and Degree Programs. That's the one you're taking. So click on that, and it opens up now access to that course. So what you're seeing on the screen is actually the access point, the point of access into the study course for the communication skills. And remember, there are 5 instructions to go through, but in summary, these instructions are saying, first, you must know your program. You must know what you've come to study, and not in general terms. You have to know the name of the program as it is written in your prospectus. You need to know the exact name. So once you know the exact name of your program, you can scroll down the list to look for it. You need to know whether you are doing a degree or a diploma, and you need to know whether you are doing an evening course or a daytime course. All right? You need to know these 3 things. These 3 things are identifiers of your course, so that you can get into the right classroom. So the first one, you need to know your program. What is the name of it? You need to know whether it's a degree or a diploma course. And the third is to know whether you're a daytime student or an evening student. Okay, when you know that, it becomes easy. So you scroll down the list. The instructions require that, and when you scroll down the list, the instructions ask you to look for the program. And when you find the program, there are 2 columns. You move to the column section. And you copy and paste your key. If you're a degree student, the first column applies to you. If you're an evening student, if you're a daytime student, the first column applies to you. If you're an evening student, the second column applies to you. So you simply scroll down, find your program, and then select the key. It's called an enrollment key or a password. But select it, copy it from the columns on the right. So we'll demonstrate that. Let's maybe pick a random one for demonstration. So you can see that that's one that's been picked. And when you pick it, you now go to the right column, the column to the right, and select by clicking and dragging. You can use your thumb or the mouse, and then copy. When you select with the mouse, you need to right click on top of the selection so that the menu will drop down, and then select copy. Copy is the first menu item. Select copy. That way you have copied the enrollment key, which is like a password. Once you've done that, it's in the memory. You scroll down to the bottom. Scroll down to the bottom, and you'll see access. Access is the big green button at the bottom. Click on access. So unfortunately, it takes you back to the top, but go back to the bottom. and then paste the enrollment key. You paste the enrollment key in the text box. You'll see a text box at the bottom. Paste the enrollment key inside. Now, in our case, we have gone inside directly because we have done this before. But if it's your first time, then you have to go back to the bottom and then paste the enrollment key inside the text box. And when you do that, click on the Enroll Me button. It will take you inside. When you go inside, you see now what is on the screen. The only reason why the last step did not happen for us, when we clicked on Access, we went in directly because we have been there before. It's the same for you. When you come here the next time, you will go in directly. Okay, so the thing to remember is when you click on Access, you scroll back down to the bottom and then paste the enrollment key in the text box. And then click on Enroll Me, and then you're in. Once you're in, this big green box is good to read. It's very good to read because once you read it and you understand it, that's it. You'll not have any problems accessing the actual live classroom. And live classrooms start next week on Big Blue Button, as Dr. Alice was saying. So read through it carefully just to understand it, and then you will be able to enter your live classroom. The very first section, the first section beneath the green box below, it has a big announcement that says access your live lectures here. And you see there's an indicator that they are the Big Blue Button classes. So click on access your live classrooms here, and there you have the Big Blue Button. You click on the Big Blue Button and then you can enter class. This is a sample class that's been put just for the purpose of you entering. When you click on the Big Blue Button link, you can see a big green button coming up saying open session. Join session. So join the session means join class. It's a class session. Alright? So let's join class. We'll see you there in a minute. Click on join session and you're in. I think that's it. Thank you very much. I should mention though, the students can't enter class. The join session button is missing. So we need to provide that permission. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so students, that brings us to the end of the session. Remember, all UCC's common courses are online. Therefore, we have to follow these steps quite diligently. One thing we've realized in the past is that once one student in any program is in, then all students are in because we help one another. So let us join hands together and meet in class for our UCCs beginning next week. Thank you very much for your attention.
morning and welcome to the Technical University of Kenya. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Technical University of Kenya and to congratulate you for having passed your exams and joined a prestigious university. You made the right choice, and we will be working with you from now until when you graduate. This morning, you will be addressed by members of the Dean of Students Office. And to start us off is myself. I'm the Dean of Students. I'm Professor Omondi Okech. And I'll be highlighting to you what this unit does in the university. The Dean of Students Office is actually headed by the Dean of Students and is concerned with the student affairs. And what we actually do is to address the holistic growth and development as well as well-being of students as we support them to achieve the university vision. We offer services that engage students socially, emotionally, spiritually, while they grow in their character, and of course as they also go through their academic pursuits. So essentially we provide a conducive environment in which students can then attain high standards of academics. So therefore we are mandated to provide quality support services that prioritize the holistic development and welfare of the students. Our vision is of course to inculcate a university culture that prioritizes student well-being and recognizes it significantly in students' intellectual, social, and personal growth. In that regard, therefore, our mission is to support the university mission by promoting a conducive environment that supports students' welfare by providing policies and services that contribute to holistic development of the student as they make their mental, physical, social, emotional adjustment from entry to graduation. In that regard, we offer certain services, and these include student governance and leadership, students' chaplaincy and counseling, students' accommodation and catering services, sports, games, and wellness, and also support the needy students. Each of these services is headed by unit head, and I will be introducing them in a moment, and thereafter they will be able to address you by providing specifically what they do in those departments. Under students' governance, we actually organize student elections, and at the Technical University of Kenya, you have the Students' Association of the Technical University of Kenya, which is known as SATUK. And this is the students who link you with the administration. It comprises of the council, which has 7 members, and the Congress, which has 36 members. We also have clubs and associations, and we will require that you join a club or an association, and currently we have about 108 clubs and associations headed by different patrons and of course coordinated by the Dean of Students. So we will expect that when you come here, you are not just going to be bookworms. You are also going to engage in various club activities that will help you to grow as you journey through your academic pursuit. We also have a unit headed by Madam Margaret Mbudi, supported by Madam Sabina Nganga, that is the chaplaincy and counseling. And under under counseling, we are concerned with enhancing emotional, psychosocial, behavioral well-being of students, and of course how to support them with the challenges that they are going to encounter as they join our university. You remember our university is situated in the city center, and there are many challenges from cultural shock to academic challenges, to financial challenges, to social challenges. We have people who will help you walk that journey, and you can always find them. The office is located in Block D, Room 2, so you should be able to find that once you are within the university. We also have the chaplaincy services, and this is headed by 3 spiritual leaders. We have the Catholic, the Protestant, and the Muslims. And of course, we have 5 other recognized religious groupings, namely the Christian Union, a Young Catholic Association, the YCS, Muslim Association, the Seventh-day Adventists, the SDA, and Ministry of Repentance and Holiness. And of course, this is headed by Father Dr. Ndikaru Wateresia, and he will be talking to you in detail about this. We expect that you join one of these as well. Although we are not a Christian or faith-based university, we do recognize that you are coming from different faiths, and you may want some spiritual development. So we provide for that within the university. We also have the unit in charge of accommodation and catering services, and they are usually we have very limited accommodation, which is competitively allocated. However, this unit has identified safe and nearby private hostels, which we recommend that you can seek services from. We only have 2 hostels, the men's hostel, which is located in South B, and the ladies' hostel, which is located in Upper Hill. They are within walking distance from the institution. The person in charge of this is Mrs. Catherine Wainaina, and she will be able to help you with regard to accommodation. Please do not go into unsafe neighborhoods. Talk to us so that we can recommend to you the right neighborhood where you can live. Besides this being safe, we have also negotiated prices with these private hostel providers, so then they don't overcharge you. Remember, you are coming into the city, and everybody and anybody can actually take advantage of you. So please work with our department so that we can help you to settle in the city very, very quickly. We are also not just a university that is interested in academics. We also offer opportunities for sports, recreation, and co-curricular activities, and there are extensive opportunities for sports and recreation through support by a team of staff headed by Mr. Maurice Ochieng. You will find Maurice Ochieng in Block D, Room 2. So as throughout the orientation, perhaps those of you who are already in the university, you've seen various desks with different captains registering participants continuously. We participate in major tournaments in this country across 47 different sports, including football, basketball, hockey, rugby, volleyball, athletics, chess, table tennis, etc. And therefore, we will be encouraging you to join sports, and be talking to you about that in a moment. Lastly, we have a very limited support that we give to students in terms of especially those who are needy. And of course, they benefit from different bursaries that are administered through the Office of the Dean of Students. This usually goes to support their tuition and upkeep. So the Students Association of the Technical University of Kenya sets aside some money to support needy students. Again, it is competitively allocated. We also receive a bursary from Ratansi Educational Trust, which is an NGO that supports education across the entire country. Sometimes they do, actually yearly they support us, and again this is also given to needy but brilliant students. So again, this is posted on the students portal, and you are expected to apply so that you can be considered. We also receive bursary from Joe Wanjui Educational Trust. This is usually very limited, and they give us up for only 10 students, and they're biased because they specifically want ladies in STEM. So again, if you're in that category, you can always apply for the same. And lastly, again, through the initiative of the Students' Union, we support needy students. The Students' Union is running a student center, and from it we get some proceeds which we support, we use to support needy students, especially for their upkeep. But this is not just given to you. We really need to vet and know that you are needy. Then in exchange to that, you also have to do some services in the institution in form of work-study program that can support your upkeep. It's not a lot of money. It is not employment. It is just an opportunity for students to get little pocket money that can support probably their daily activities. The essential thing is that you need to be observant every time. Check your portal, check the university website, check the university social platforms, because we post a lot of information on those platforms. We also encourage you to look at the notice boards, because here there is no assembly. There will be no bell being rung to tell you today this is what is going to happen. There is no master on duty. There is no prefect on duty. Here we know things through what is written on the students' portal and what is on the notice boards, or what we post on the social media. Just my last remarks is, again, as I welcome you, I want to warn you to be very careful who you associate with. It is important that you flock with the right persons. The city has a lot of trickery, people with all sorts of intentions. So they can actually lure you into things that are not proper. One of the challenges you are going to face, and which is a real one, is the how to deal with freedom. And freedom can be challenging. You need to work with people. And my office is there to support you and to help you deal with the challenge of freedom, because freedom can seduce you, can lure you into challenges. And before you realize, you are going to be depressed, and probably you may have to leave the institution. So we want to work with you all the time. Your first and last friend is the Dean of Students' Office, and it's always open for students to come and talk to us about everything and anything. And we are located, that is our contact and location. So if you can email us through dean.students@tukenya.ac.ke, or call us through the landline and the numbers that are provided, including the mobile phone there. We are located on 4th floor of L block, which is actually adjacent to the administration block. So I take this opportunity to welcome you once more, and I look forward to seeing each and every one of you in the office as you interact with us, as we support your academic journey through till you graduate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Dean of Students. Our new students at the TUK, welcome to this prestigious university. Actually, many people dream of coming here. It's a bonus for you, and I believe you will eventually out of us. My name is Maurice Ochieng. I'm the Senior Assistant Dean of Students in charge of sports, games, and co-curricular activities. And as usual, they say, too much work without play makes Jack a dull boy. All people who have talked here have been stressing on academic achievement academic pursuance. But now I want to come up with an alternative, because at some point you can be very tired during classwork, and entertain yourself and even try to recapitulate the energy which you had lost during mental thinking in classwork. In our department, especially at the Dean of Students section, where sports and games is hosted, we have a motto which says, a healthy mind in a healthy body. Someone had talked here about health education. As we don't talk about health education, we talk about practical health working, so that what was being told you about emerging diseases, lifestyle diseases, can actually be worked upon. Our work at the Sports and Games Department is to provide sports and training and to nurture and develop students' talents for the real world. And we would like to be a top-rated university in sports and co-curricular activities. When you come here, you will agree. Now, my students, when you are new, there are many questions on how do we get into sports, where do we train, which type of sports do you offer. Let me take you through on what we do here. When you come, like now there's orientation, the dean said, we have ways of registering as sports people. And one, during orientation, if you are here physically, there are desks out there where you shall have to come and give us your area of interest in sports, because you will find out that most of the sports activities that we participate in are listed at that registration desk. Again, we have our TUK Sports Entertainment portal, which you can actually access and register. But most of the students, they put their names there, but they don't follow up. In sports, you must do it practically. We also register directly at D1 there, where the senior assistant dean of students office is for sports. Come in, please. And not only sports, we are dealing with drama, music, and other co-curricular activities. So I'm not only talking about sports per se. Here in the university, we deal with drama, we deal with music, clubs, the dean had said. So come and register there, because we also want you to be very active. Especially, you will realize that once you are here, there are no chances of wasting time, because there is somewhere where you can occupy yourself. Types of sports and games that we offer. We have athletics, basketball, soccer, hockey, netball, volleyball, handball, woodball, rollball, roller skating, lawn tennis, cricket, squash. We have also introduced kabaddi. Those are basically outdoor games. When you come to indoor games, we have chess, we have Scrabble, we have drafts, badminton, table tennis, darts, pool table, ajua, and we are competing at high level on this. Again, when it comes to swimming, some of our students are the best. We also offer swimming, and I will tell you how we and what we do with that. Again, there's what is now emerging, which is called the esports. The esports is one of our areas where now we are becoming a powerhouse in esports. So when you come here, even football is now played on the board, volleyball. So there are these esports which has now come up, and especially during these times of corona, people have to survive. I talked about martial arts like taekwondo, karate, judo, bodybuilding, Tongel Modo, and weightlifting. So you can see, if you come here and you say, I don't have anything to do, I have not had my area of sports, it's not true currently. And all of the games are actively taking part, students are actively taking part in it. Where do we train and how do we train? When you come here, our training grounds are in South C, South B. We also train at the University of Nairobi. We train at Mariakani grounds. Sometimes you will also find out that we go as far as RTI, Railways Training Institute, where, because we have a lot of games that we are participating in, and I welcome you to come in. There's only one challenge: how do we reach there? Because the venues are not within here. It's not a big challenge. Once you come in, we are always provided with buses to transport our students for the training during evening hours, especially as from 4 p.m. What about indoor games? We use U-Block, we use our main hall, also we use Q-Block, especially for martial arts and the indoor games like chess, like badminton, and our students are really one of the best in the country. I will tell you for that for sure. Again, equipment. Do I need to carry my anything when I'm coming for training? Yes. When you are coming for training, just carry your shoes, carry your uniform for that day if for training, because sometimes we may not be able to provide you with the football shoes, but when we go for the games, we shall provide you with that. Be assured, when we go for the games, we shall provide all the equipment. If you are training, for example, badminton, we shall provide you with rackets, shuttlecocks. Those ones are there, especially the indoor games. So when you come, don't say I'm going to buy this. The only games that you may buy something, because we cannot fit in. We have about football alone. We have about 70 students who are playing, so we cannot give them 70 pairs of shoes. Rugby, we have about 82 who are registered and actively participating. What are the levels at which we participate? Usually, we don't only rely on competition. We also have leisure and recreation. So you will realize that our sports activities start at the department. Within the department, students, either class A and class B, can come to me and tell me, this weekend we want to go and play in South Sea. We allow you. Then to school, we call it school. Then the departments now play on their own. For example, in the School of Social Sciences, if there are about 4 departments, there comes a day when they say we are going to play on our own. That's also part of us. Now we go up to faculty. And you will enjoy. Even last week, there was interfaculty. Now from that, if you leave that, we also have our leagues. We have university leagues, we have national leagues for federations. In the university leagues, we play with our peers, especially we play with KU, we play with UON, we play with Moi University, we play with TUM. Those are our peers, and it's called Kenya University Sports Association, which if you have played, we go for East African Games. Like this year, we are going for East African Games in Uganda, in Deja University. So you start from down, and from there we have African Universities Games. From last month, from 4th to 11th, we had Federation of African Universities Games in KU, and we had a team. We had a team in that competition. Next year it is going to be in South Africa, African Championships. Then from Africa, we also have World University Games, which we call FISU Games, International Federation of University Sports Championships. Next year, we are going to have the games in China. So, are we having students here who are going to represent the universities? Yes. Yes, there are students who are going to represent the universities, because now we go for a selected team. Our areas of strength in sports also must be there. One of the areas where we are really known is chess. Chess, all our teams in chess, both men and women, are the best in the country, not only in the universities level, but even in the Premier League, Kenya Chess Federation. In rugby, like today I came from Nakuru very early in the morning because of this presentation, Our team is in Nakuru now playing what we call Prince Law. In rugby, we have got 4 students who are in national team. 2 are in 15s and 2 are in national 7s. And I can tell you, they come back sometimes and they show their colleagues what they have. I know time is not there. Being told time is not there. But I would also tell you, what other advantages do you get when you come to sports? When you come to sports, you will play with your peers, especially at the universities. That's our core. You will play with the students from various universities. You will enjoy interacting with them. Every week, I've told you. Now, rugby is in outside Nairobi. Basketball is there. Handball is there. Volleyball is playing today. We also have handball. And some of them, our students get employed after they have performed very well. Some of our students who have been very good in sports include the great Olunga, Michael Olunga. Olunga was our student here, and you can see how he's moving up there. Marcelo Antka, after we had been defeated by Egypt. If you talk about skating, Kevin Carrier is the best roller skater student in the country. Again, esports. Esports currently, if you talk about esports, right now we have a boy called John Ouko. Ouko is the overall university's organizer of esports, and it deals with the FIFA sports, the football. Chantal Mary may go to Birmingham Commonwealth Games. Chantal Mary, especially for esports. And Martin Ngige was in Nigeria last week. People don't know this, but Ngige went for esports. He went to Nigeria, where he got in a lot of money, and also enjoyed the games versus South African versus the Egyptians. So when you come here, my students, you will enjoy. What other enjoyments do we get? This is the only department where I can assure you, utapanda gari ya shule every week. Utapanda gari ya shule every week. Na hapa kuna Airbus. You won't believe it. Kuna Air Force One. And you will enjoy. Every week, some people graduate here without getting into those buses. Again, when you go for the games, we give you food. We give you some little allowance. So why should you stay there without coming for this? When we come to drama, music, drama dance, choir, set pieces, choral, solo, this university is one of the best. I can assure you. Even now, they are really training out here. And you will hear them training all year in, year out, and enjoying. They go to State House, they go for national competitions, they win, they have got all the trophies. And where else do you want to enjoy if you don't want to come to this department? Let me ask you, my students, come over. If you are good at school, at your high school, and you are good in a choir, come over. If you are good at music, come over. And we don't only need people who are good at it. We also need people who have got interest and passion. So here, I will tell you, within the university, also our choir participate at the regional, national, international. They also go to State House. Wanacheza pale na Uhunye, walikuwa wanacheza na wakina Kibaki, wanakuja hapo wanaringa. You can't leave this Nairobi without going to State House and greeting the head of state. Please, these are opportunities for you. And lastly, not least, we also have leisure, recreation and entertainment. When you come here, we will have Mr. and Miss Took. We have it here. We will have Culture Week. Again, we give our students opportunities to go out for leisure and recreation expeditions. We go to Mount Kenya. We go to Lake Nakuru. We used to go to Mombasa. Just because after you have played also, you get tired. The VC just says, you people, the VC and the DVC, they just tell you, Cheng, let them go to Mombasa and enjoy. So where do you want to enjoy? And why should you waste time by engaging in other dubious activities when already opportunity for making yourself busy is here? I welcome you here, and just the way the dean had talked about clubs and societies, more than 100 clubs and societies are here. I've seen Wakina Red Cross here, academic clubs are here, humanitarian clubs, presidential award. So don't come and say, if you can't join sports, if you can't join music and drama, you can't join clubs and societies. There's everything for you. There's everything for you. And if you can't do that, the dean also said, join CU. Join Islamic religion activities. Join YCS. What else do you want? Thank you, my students. I wish you good time here. And please, when you come, I know most of the work is done online. It's a challenge on us. Most of the students are being taught online. But create time. Create time. I would tell you, sorry, our girl called Alice Kilonzo, we trained that referees team in 2018. Alice Kilonzo graduated in 2018, and now Alice Kilonzo this year is going for Cooper test to become a FIFA referee. Melvin Tovoso is a national football referee, earning every day. Mary Atieno is a national FKF Premier League referee. These people are living, and I can tell you Alice Kilonzo had done science laboratory technology, SLT at degree level. Melvin had done mechanical engineering, and I'm just giving a small example. Mary had done social studies here, but now other than being employed where they are employed, they are also earning through this. Thank you very much. I wish you good time here, my students. Welcome.
Jambo wote. My name is Mrs. Catherine Wainaina. I head the Department of Catering and Accommodation Services in the university. The Catering and Accommodation Services for students has 3 units, one in the main campus opposite the library, where we provide meals and teas to students and other guests. And then we have the men's hostel and the women's hostel. I coordinate all that. Then there is the 4th food outlet, the senior staff common room, which serves the senior staff of the university. We are also available to provide other services when we have guests of the university. I want to talk about the students' accommodation. We unfortunately have very little or very few students' beds available, but because we are cognizant of the needs that students have when they report to the university, we have also provided alternative accommodation, and we give advice to students and parents when they ask for it. I like to tell students to manage their finances properly so that you're not eating a very good meal at the beginning of the term or semester, and then at the end of the semester you now have no money and you're eating ngumu. I'm told there's something called ngumu that fills the stomach very well. So in the pay-as-you-eat system, we advise you at lunchtime you can have your meals at the main canteen. If you're a resident in the hostels, you can have your meals at the hostels, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, for which you must pay in cash or by M-Pesa. Finally, I like to talk about etiquette, grooming, and general conduct. And those who have had to encounter us in my office have seen, especially young men, that I send you away to go and spend 20 shillings to comb your hair at our salon. And I do that because I am cognizant of our institutional motto, which is education and training for the real world. And in the real world, there'll be expectations of the way you present yourself. So I urge students, even though there is nobody who's going to be asking you for a uniform or to tell you what time to go to school or to wake up or to go for your meals, I just want to advise students to actually practice living in the real world for which you are training. So if I find you in my office or elsewhere, I have a responsibility as a citizen of this country and also as a mwalimu and a trainer for the real world to help you behave and dress properly. I wish you all the best as you settle down in the institution, and should you have any questions, they will be answered at our office. We're open from 8 to 5, and we answer all your concerns. We respond to your questions, and do not be afraid of coming there, even though I'm telling you I'll ask you to comb your hair or to dress properly. I'll still be able to serve you in the catering and accommodation services. Thank you very much.
Wote. My name is Father Ndikaru Watresia, and I'm a chaplain of Catholic students and also the member staffs. I will talk about student chaplaincy service and putting more emphasis on Catholic. You'll be told about the other chaplaincy. We, in the university, we have 3 chaplaincies, namely Catholic chaplaincy, Muslim chaplaincy, and Protestant chaplaincy. Our office are the 4th floor on block L. So the Catholic chaplaincy coordinates activities of the young Christian students and the rest of Catholic community. For the Muslims, they are coordinated and served the needs of Muslim community as such. Protestant chaplaincies also serve the needs for the Christian Union, that's CU, the Seventh-day Adventist, Christian outreach ministries, and other Christian Protestant group. As I said, my name's Father Ndikaru Watresia. I do guide the students to oversee and also to control all the activities and operation in the university. I'm also in charge of Mass and the administration of the sacrament in a Catholic. So in the chaplains, we perform religious services, namely the spiritual support for the student. They need that very much. We also do guidance and counseling in both the students and also the member of staff. Also psycho-social support, they need this very, very much. And since now we have other religious group, Muslims and Protestants, we have also to have a relationship, what we call the interfaith activities. Our objectives, or the chaplains' objectives, is spiritual and religious-based seminars, and then workshop and retreats. We conduct religious ceremonies and regular worship services. This means we provide counseling services to provide individual seeking spiritual guidance, and then organize events and activities promoting those spiritual lives in the campus, or rather in our university, which we are going to see shortly. So the YCS has the active member students spread across all the years, from first year up to the 6th year, irrespective of the studies. So we have the 24 members in the group who are in charge of planning, organizing, and also mobilizing all the activity regarding Catholic chaplaincy. Together with these members, we formulate a plan for action that is doable and workable during the semester or during the term. That form courses of action in every semester or every term. So the activities are, we have daily activities and also term or semester activity. So we split this so that we can fit our, in our group well. So in the daily activities, at 1 p.m. daily and 5 p.m. every day of the week, we have hour assigned to our daily activities. For example, in the morning, depending how many students come in the morning, because they come from various locations, we have a prayer session for 20-25 minutes before they go to class. And this is on the gospel scripture of the day. Then this is the program. For example, on Monday, at 1 we have rosary, just 1 hour because they have to go to class. At 4, 1 hour we have Holy Mass, and then 5 we have liturgical classes, just to train our students how the liturgy of the Catholic is done. Then on Tuesday, we have the sharing of the gospel at 1, just 1 hour. Then at 4, there is a choir. Then at 5, then the rosary. Then the program goes up to Friday, when we have at 1, we have a liturgy. And then at 4, we have Mass, Holy Mass. And then at 5, we have for chorale. It just takes 1 hour, because after 1 hour, the student have to go to class or other activities. So for the term or semester activity, just for a collection, especially on Saturday, at the end of every month, Saturday, for the corrections. And then we have Subukia. We go once a year. There's a big ceremony for the bishops of the Catholic. They meet there, so we join them around October. Then Kikondi Shrine, that is in Nyeri, where one of the saints was buried, just for just ordinary dancing, in the evenings when they have time, just 1 hour. We don't put much of emphasis on this, but at least the students like that when they have the time. Then we have the spiritual groups. Wherever the students live, they regroup themselves. For example, we have St. Kizito Christian communities, which is in the South B, around main hostel, for example. They meet among themselves, those who stay around there. And then we have, for example, number 5 there, St. Mary Goretti, student in Bahati and Makongeni. They also meet as a student from this campus, from this university, and they do their own things, prayers, sharing the gospel and whatever. Number 8, for example, Albert the Great, those stay around the hostel, Upper Hill. All those who have rented their house around there, they meet at least once a month, or on Sundays evening when they have time, 1 hour to discuss their own things. We call them the spiritual groups. So other groups which I mentioned earlier, for dancing, whatever, we have choir, and then Kantala dancers. This is just ordinary dance. And then we have single mothers, single for Christ. They imitate to be single and have a good moral. And then we have Fokorari, and then the Christian Life community. Then you have squad groups and Colombian groups. These are just only their own groups who they meet, and then they discuss their own things. Then from the beginning of this month, this year, January, we had to do mass, and then we had to do, to have the guideline from the Ministry of Health. And during mass, we agreed among ourselves from the ministry guideline, no shaking hands. Singing was limited. We don't sing so much. And then the procession during mass was also we chopped it from our programs. And then the mass was to be only 30 minutes because of the pandemic. Also, we must have to wear the mask during mass. That is a must. When we do mass, we have to have mask wearing mask. Then after mass, we don't have a big group after grouping like we used to do before the COVID. We used after mass, we could discuss, but nowadays we limit that, small groups. Then when we visit now for the groups which I've mentioned there, for the charity, we group ourselves in 20 because we are dealing with the children when we go to visit children, so we need to be very careful because of the pandemic when we visit them. So thank you very much for listening to me, and we will have our office open, Catholic chaplain's office, Protestant office, and Muslim. For any query you feel you would like to come to discuss, you come not when you have a problem, just come and see a priest, the pastor, or the imam for more discussion, and feel free to come anytime when we need. Don't be depressed, don't be low, don't go down. just come and just we talk when we are free. Thank you very much.
So good morning. It's a pleasure to have you all join us this morning. My name is Margaret Njehia Mbuthe, and I am a clinical psychologist from the Dean of Students Office, the Counseling Department. And we are happy to welcome you on behalf of the Dean of Students and the administration, the Vice Chancellor, and everyone at the Technical University. We are excited and looking forward to having all of you join this university, a great institution, and we are here to make sure and to help you and support you, make sure that you do that which you came to do and graduate at the time that you're supposed to graduate. So, like the Dean of Students had mentioned earlier, the Department of Director of Student Support Services, or the Dean of Students, has different sections. We have the sports department, clubs and societies, and that's where you find the co-curricular activities, and would like to encourage each one of you, whatever it is that you are doing in high school, please come and pick up that, if it is a sport or an association or a society that is not here. I am sure the director, that department will be happy to work with you and support you. So we encourage, please pick up something. Because sports is also one of the ways that we grow and develop ourselves, and you just never know where that could land you. We have accommodation, and the director of accommodation will be talking about the accommodation, student accommodation, and catering services, and then now the counseling department. So the department is manned by 2 full-time counselors or psychologists. We are in Block D. Please note that, Block D, and door number D1, it's on the ground floor, and you will see a sign there written Assistant Dean of Students. So what happens there? So the counseling department is basically here to support all the students of the Technical University. And when we talk about supporting students, it's for a variety of issues that students in institutions of higher learning are faced with. So there is the academic. You're coming from high school where everything was managed, you lived by the bell, you had this timetable that was probably pinned in front of the classroom, but now you're in an institution of higher learning. So we are talking about, it's a different language. We are not talking about subjects. We are talking about units. We are not talking about teachers. We are talking about lecturers. We are talking about associate professors. We are talking about full professors. We are talking about research-based, and I know coming from high school, you probably have not been oriented to a lot of the research-based learning. We're talking about academic writing. So you will notice there's a difference between how you did your assignment or wrote your assignments from the way assignments are done and written in the university. We expect you to reference, we expect you to read a lot, and I know that is something that the director of the library services has probably mentioned, or they are going to walk you through it. And I would also encourage, please just visit there and get to familiarize yourself about what is expected. So because you choose your own units, because you're not in class, some of you, depending on the quite a big shift from what you did academically to what you're going to do. So some students who come in, you do at the university from day one, counts to how you graduate, whether it's a first class honors or second, or whether it's just a pass. And then you also realize there's quite a lot of individual learning. So in high school, you're used to the teachers coming to class a lot, dictating notes. That's not going to happen when you come to the university. So there's a lot of 30% or more sometimes of individual learning. And it calls for you to be super organized in your work, and a really, really good time manager, so that then you don't experience the pressure. As you go through your program, by the time you're getting to third year, then the rubber hits the road. You have projects to do, you have research to do, and you're working on it alone. Sometimes you're working on a project or research with a group of people who are not as keen and who are not as, in terms of their time management, they're not applying themselves as well. For those who are going to the fifth year, especially the engineering students, those who are doing architecture, then you realize the project is a real big issue. And this is where now we begin to see who is the self-driven student and who is this student who needs quite a bit of push and quite a bit of stuff. So academic becomes one of the issues, especially struggling, that require or that would push a student to want to go and seek counseling. Some of you will be in programs or courses that probably it wasn't your number one choice, but your grade dictated which course you are admitted to take. And some of the students would also require a bit of career guidance in order for them to fit into the program, get to appreciate the program you've been admitted, and apply yourself to that program. So we do academic or career counseling. Students will come to the counseling office because of social issues. Some of you are coming to Nairobi probably for the first time, or you're getting to live somewhere all by yourself for the first time. You were used to, you're in school, everything is done for you, you're catered for you. Then you find yourself in a hostel, or if you've rented a house, you have to manage your finances, you have to manage your kitchen budget, your transport budget, and to have some little extra money. You're meeting guys for the first time, and there's all this freedom that is associated with an institution of higher learning, and that's just the truth, and it's a great thing. You learn and you get to be independent, and it's a mark that shows that now you're a young adult and you're getting ready for the world and the life after campus. And as a result, you will meet and you will date, because that's what happens in campus. People date and they break up relationships, and then you realize this is not what I thought it was. Then you realize there are people in this part of the world, or this part of Nairobi, there'll be issues of drug and substance use. Some people will taste their first sip of alcohol, and I'm not saying you do that when they join campus. And as a result, there are social issues or social struggles that you're going to meet. Sometimes it's also about life issues, even in terms of the families where we come from. Some of us are from highly functional families that are supportive, that are facilitative, that are with you right there. Others are coming from dysfunctional families, broken families, and some families are just the trigger or the cause of some psychological disturbance or distress. And those are issues that I would encourage. Please take them to the counseling office. We all have something that we are dealing with. I'm yet to meet anyone who doesn't have anything or any issue or situation that you can take to the counseling office. Some students who come in and they already have diagnosis of chronic illnesses, or you develop some illness while you're here, you have to be on medication for a long time. It's probably you're struggling with just the acceptance of a diagnosis, makes it very difficult for you to be in school, to study, even as much as the university health center is there and they're supporting you. For especially people who have a diagnosis of a chronic illness, then we have the issues of medication, access to medication, and just accepting to the situation or the condition also becomes an issue. Loss and grief is part of life. And we don't have control over what happens. It's possible in the course of time you've gone through some experience, you've been bereaved, maybe a parent, a family member, a close friend. It could happen to any one of us at any time. And we like to encourage, for whatever loss, bereavement, grief experience that you would go through, please feel free to reach out to us in the counseling department. We are here to support you. We are here to walk you through your grief journey or your loss experience. We are here to make sure that you're settled and you're doing your core business at Technical University, which is to study, to at the right time. The Dean of Students Office, because it's also the welfare, takes care of the students' welfare. Counseling is part of it. We also have other to you, and we will schedule counseling sessions that fit within your school calendar or your school program. What other issues do students bring? The issue of drug and substance use. And it's a big thing. And today, apparently, we are at a point in the political arena where we are talking a lot about some drugs and trying to validate the use of drugs. Let me tell you this. Drug and substance use, alcohol, drug and substance use is real. And I know some of you will argue, you've been smoking for a while, you've been drinking for a while, you've seen people who have taken alcohol for a long time, you've seen people who have smoked marijuana for a long time, and they look like they are okay. The thing about alcohol, drug, and substance use, it's not about the short-term effects, the hangover that you wake up with the following day. It's about the long-term effects that set in gradually until you get to the point where now the effects are so severe and sadly that's when people wake up and realize, I think things are not okay. What do drugs do? Number one, it's an expense. They're expensive. Maintaining alcohol, drug and substance habit is a very, very, very expensive habit. That means what? You will go back to your pocket. From the little pocket money that your parents have given you, you will go back to that pocket. You have to maintain that habit. You need to eat. You need to pay your rent. You need to buy your clothes. You need, of course, as a young person, to have some money for your internet, for your phone. You need to take care of yourself. You need to live like the youth that you are living. And that means you're going to sacrifice something in order for you to maintain that drug habit. Most often than not, then you realize what is sacrificed is the fare to come to school. It is the money that is supposed to go towards your food, and that leaves you not meeting your dietary needs because you're taking care of a drug habit. The other thing about drugs, we have legal and illegal drugs and substances. In this country, alcohol is legal. In this country, tobacco is legal. Does that mean because they are legal, they do not have side effects? They have very severe side effects. What else happens? Some of these drugs that you're going to meet or to get to hear about, they are illegal and they are illicit. They not only come with the expense of the drug habit, they not only come with the side effects on you physically, emotionally, psychologically, and academically, but they also expose you in terms of legal. So then you find yourself, you're more likely to end up in conflict with the law. And I know when you interact with the university, then you will realize sometimes what you do outside there, because you're over 18, you're a responsible adult. So even as people are talking about drugs, and you hear all manner of myths and stereotypes that when I smoke this, when I take this, then I'm more likely to end up sitting up long hours in order for me to study. You will be told that, but the truth of the matter is that what these people will not tell you is about the damage and the effect these substances have on your physical health. Drug management or treatment is very, very, very expensive in this country. For anyone who uses drugs, alcohol, drugs, and whatever substance that you're using, the cheapest rehabilitation center we have in this country is the one owned by the government, and the cost is usually between 50,000 to 55,000 per month for inpatient admission. What are we saying? You have to go back to your parents for you to be in a 90 days treatment center, and they are paying about 60,000 a month, and that's the cheapest, because most of them on average will be between 80,000 a month to 150,000 a month. And that is money that we don't need to use, and that our parents do not need to incur that expense. And that is what it takes for just 90 days of treatment, minus the detox, minus the counseling that you get, minus the follow-up that comes with it. And please also realize, when you're in a residential treatment for 90 days, it also basically means that term you're not in school. So what does that mean? As a student, it means you have to defer. It means you will have to wait for the next cohort the following year for you to join, so that you can move together with that cohort. What does that mean? You're 1 year behind in terms of your academic. It also means the guys you joined with are going to graduate 1 year, and sometimes 1.5 years to 2 years ahead of you, for something that you know you can manage, and for something that you know you can do without, and for something that you know you don't need to get yourself there. And that's just how expensive the management is. What else does it cost you? Academic. If we have to write a letter to refer you for treatment because you've missed classes, and I know the registrar talked about the attendance and the minimum number of absences you can have in a particular term, because then you've not been able to attend classes, you've not been able to sit for your mid-semester exams, you've not handed in your assignment, then that has an impact on you academically. What else do they mean? What else do drugs do? Drugs have a very, very, very high relationship with some chronic illnesses. Some drugs that you take are going to be the cause of some medical illnesses you will experience, and some mental illnesses that you experience. For example, alcohol becomes a trigger to depression. And the management of depression is between 3 months to 6 months, depending on the level of the severity or how bad it is. A depressed student will not be in class because they cannot even handle the academic pressure that comes with being a university student. So again, what does this mean? You're more likely also to take a break in order for you now to manage your mental illness or your mental health. It also means you're more likely to defer for a year minimum before you can come back and join. Some substances, like marijuana, for example, will give you symptoms like hallucinations and delusions. By the time you have hallucinations, by the time you have delusions, we are basically talking about someone who we need to refer to a psychiatric for medication. We are probably talking about someone who needs to be admitted in hospital. So by the time you manage your psychotic episode, then you're not in class, because you cannot handle that and you're not fit to be in class. By the time you recover and the psychiatrist weans you out of that medication, then you notice you're talking about 6 months to 9 months. So that's like a whole academic year, meaning what? You're out of class for a whole 1 year while the other students are going through. Drugs has a very high relationship with criminal tendencies and criminal behavior. If you have a problem with addiction, then you know this individual, the only thing they wake up to for that day is to look for money through whatever means for them to go and buy their drug of choice. And that's how you find yourself joining gangs. That's how you find yourself taking someone else's phone, or just stealing from someone so that you can go and sell something, so that then you get your supply of the drugs. What else happens when you're talking about addictions? We have phone addiction, we have gaming addiction, which is a big problem among the young adults like you guys. By the time you're starting the gaming, I won't even name them because I don't want to drive traffic to the specific betting companies and gaming companies. By the time you start, you don't think you will end up getting hooked into it or addicted into it. But the more you stick to it, just because you're winning some little money here and there, that becomes what hooks you into gaming. Gaming and betting are often some of the most difficult forms of addictions to treat. Why? They don't have physical withdrawal symptoms. They are more emotional and they are more psychological, and it will take you a long time for you to fully get out of a gaming addiction than probably it would if we took you to a rehab or a residential treatment facility for tobacco use or for alcohol use. Then the other thing about gaming is that you're using your phone or you're using your laptop. So what does this mean? You're constantly connected online throughout. That also means you have more screen time in a day than a student who is in class and studying. Continued screen time has an impact on your sleep. And the longer you take before you sleep, the higher the likelihood that the following day you will wake up stressed up, you have a bad mood, and you're more likely to be a depressed student than someone who sleeps early, gets good quality of sleep, and is managing themselves better. They have less of the screen time use. So one of the other things, I know some of us are having our phones for the first time now. Please exercise and practice responsible internet, responsible phone use, responsible screen use, because the more we sit in front of the screen and we use the screen, that is actually what leads us into phone addiction, to the point where even when a lecturer is teaching, you must have your phone in front of you and you keep swiping and tapping, just checking. You have allowed all the many notifications on your phone because you're in so many of the social media platforms, and you realize by the end of the day you have spent like on a minimum 5 hours just on this on the screen. And this is 5 hours that probably if you had spent 2 hours, the 3 hours then you would put into your project work, and that will help you achieve that which brought you here. So these are just a few of the things that bring students for counseling. There are these students who are seriously struggling in terms of their financial, to pay their school fees and for their upkeep, and they probably want to talk about some of the struggles that they are going through. Their social issues. It's again, we will not lie to ourselves. There's a lot of violence among university students, not in campus, but outside, wherever it is that the students are living. And so it's also to call upon you, be a responsible young adult. You don't have to do what everyone else is doing, because what it is that works for them may not necessarily work for you. You received your own individual admission. All of you have the same graduation date set at the point of admission. Not all of you are going to graduate at the same time for a myriad of reasons, but you can choose as you join to graduate on the set graduation date, because university learning is individual. It's personal. It's a journey you walk alone, and it doesn't matter. This university has all the facilities that you need. You have all the support that you will ever need in a university. But at the end of the day, the buck starts and stops with you. Are you ready to take up that support? Are you ready to take up that help? Are you ready to reach out? Are you ready to do that which brought you here? And for me is to encourage you. Please reach out. We have a pool of peer counselors among the students. This year we trained about 40 peer counselors to add to the pool of peer counselors. These peer counselors are drawn from every of the academic departments. So whichever department that you're coming to join, there is a peer counselor in that department. Please find out who they are, because they've been trained, they have the basic counseling skills, they have the basic peer counseling skills, they have information that would be useful for you, and they are right there with you. They are there in the hostel. We also make sure that we have peer counselors in the male hostel and in the female hostel. They are there. The student leaders have also been trained, and they can also help at that level. And when the peer counselors find something that they feel they need to escalate to the counseling office, they do that. And also to request and to encourage you. Next year, when we are training our peer counselors, please come up and volunteer. You will First, it is going to help you at a personal level, and then number two, you will have a skill that you can help one of your own who is going through something. And when I do my part and you do your part as a peer counselor, and if you're coming from a school where you've been trained as a peer counselor, please come and register with us in our office, because we would like to onboard you immediately, and we really will appreciate your support in reaching out to the students. So from us at the counseling office is to welcome you, to wish you all the best, and to just let you know we are here to support you. So you'll find us in Block D, door number D1. I look forward to seeing each one of you and to support. Thank you, and thank you for choosing the great university, the Technical University of Kenya. Thank you.
Since 1903, when the Wright brothers flew the first aircraft, the aviation industry has grown in leaps and bounds. The insufficiency of qualified engineers to maintain and invent new aircraft models is being experienced the world over, and Africa is no exception.
Aeronautical engineering is one of the oldest areas of engineering today, and one of the best established to the extent that we have had aircraft flying. There's been a need for engineers to look, first of all, after the aircraft that are flying in terms of maintenance, and then to design and manufacture new aircraft.
Over the years, there have been tremendous increase in the need for air travel for both passengers, cargo, and general commercial goods across the continents, across many cities in the world. And on a typical day, millions of aircraft hours are spent traversing the globe in all directions.
The Technical University of Kenya is the only regional institution of higher learning offering aeronautical engineering at undergraduate level.
In Kenya, we are the first university to offer degree programs in aeronautical engineering. And this is based on the tradition of this institution when it was a Kenya Polytechnic, that it always offered programs in aircraft maintenance engineering. And it is out of this program that we created the aeronautical engineering program at the degree level, I think beginning with 2011.
The uniqueness of the aeronautical engineering program, which is run at the Technical University of Kenya, originate with 2 points. One in technology, the second origin of that complexity or uniqueness originates with the industry.
And what is aeronautical engineering? Aeronautical engineering is a 6-year degree program that is all about how planes work, what gets them off the ground, what keeps them there, what allows them to turn and accelerate, to gain and lose altitude.
The aircraft technologically must be very complex. It is very complex. If you can imagine an aircraft flying 8,000 kilometers and with no navigational aids at visual navigation aids at 40,000 feet, sometimes at night, one can appreciate that this machine can fly that high and also fly in the dark, so to speak, from one continent to the next. So the level of technology must be sophisticated enough to be able for that to happen. So you'll find that you need to learn as a student, for example, things like aerodynamics, for example, the structure of the aircraft, the navigation and communication aids that will allow this heavy machine, so to speak, carrying hundreds of passengers and cargo from one continent to the next, from one airport, like JFK to Nairobi, here in Kenya.
Areas topics cover in aeronautical and aviation engineering include design, construction, propulsion, material science, navigation systems, avionics, aerodynamics, and air traffic control management.
The aeronautical engineering program, first of all, is treated like any other engineering program that is offered in this country and indeed elsewhere in the world. Typically, to be admitted into an engineering program anywhere in the world, you need good grades in the sciences, and particularly in mathematics and physics and chemistry and other related science areas like geography, which is very important in aeronautical engineering in terms of navigation and aviation. Now, you will require to have scored good grades in these subject areas. And in Kenya just now, because we are the only people offering programs in, well, we're the first people to offer a degree program in aeronautical engineering. The competition is very, very tight. First of all, ourselves, into the Bachelor of Engineering program, we have a very restricted capacity. We don't take more than 30 students into that class. So that brings in already very tight competition, 30 students a year. And yet, there are very many young people leaving our high schools who would like to come to the Technical University of Kenya to study aeronautical engineering. So competition is very tight. And for that reason, on the average, the student who comes into this program, particularly through government sponsorship, and for a number of areas within aeronautical engineering, we also collaborate with other departments in the university. Aeronautical engineering is a very broad-based discipline, contrary to what people think. You need knowledge from mechanical engineering, you need knowledge from civil engineering, you need knowledge from aeronautical engineering, from electrical engineering, and you also need knowledge from geospatial engineering, not counting areas like physics, chemistry, and biology. And the university has facilities in all those departments that can support the study of aeronautical engineering. Needless to say, we keep on adding on to the facilities that we have to ensure that we have a credible program that can be considered to measure up with general international standards of a person who has graduated with a bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering. Now, on the human resource side, again, the institution inherited staff from the former Kenya Polytechnic, although the majority of these people opportunity to acquire higher degrees and at the same time also to acquire the necessary experience as to be able to teach effectively as university teachers. We have a very elaborate program for aeronautical engineering to develop capacity within our staff development program, and we constantly send young graduates abroad to acquire higher qualifications.
We are very, in fact, external reviewers to the program, international reviewers, accrediting agencies have rated the program to be of high quality in terms of its wide coverage. If they compare, for example, this program to others in the UK or United States. So that gives us the confidence that actually we are offering something unique.
Yeah, the Technical University of Kenya, almost right from the beginning, I think within our second year of existence on the degree program, already initiated very, very strong relationships with the practitioners in the aviation industry in this country. And one of the organizations we started off with almost immediately was Kenya Airways, and I can say that we have a very, very good relationship with Kenya Airways. At the international level, we have partnerships with Boeing. We have partnerships with General Electric, who themselves were the people who donated to us a whole aircraft engine here. Boeing has taken our students for attachment, both in Nairobi at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport and at their headquarters in Seattle in the United States. We have received, I think, people here from the Airbus company. We are working on linkages with universities in France. We have, most importantly, we have a very strong linkage with the University of Cranfield in the United Kingdom. And we work very closely with a number of airline companies at Wilson Airport.
Graduates of this program may end up working research and development, testing, parts assembly, and maintenance of aerial vehicles for both commercial and military institutions.
Kenya has the biggest economy in East Africa today, and we have one of the most vibrant aviation industry in the whole of East Africa. And to a large extent, the people who run the aviation industry in this country have had to be trained elsewhere, to be trained abroad, especially at the area of aeronautical engineering and maintenance of aircraft. And so we believe that we are going to fill a gap that is critical to the development of the economy of this country and indeed the economy of this region.
Our program is designed exactly to match those